oblate spheroid?
No, it's that big. It's just impossible to find the geometric horizon.
And why is that?
All light is trying to hide the globe from us. So it bends down around the globe, making it appear flat regardless of what you try to do. So only thing we can do is use a curved lens to warp horizontal lines to make the horizon appear to curve because, you know, it's so big. Does that make sense?
No, it does not make any sense. You are telling us to ignore our senses for a belief. In essence, that is just another claim. If all the light were bending around the globe to make it appear flat, we would be able to detect that. Light refracts at different rates. And why do flat earthers account for this by taking measurements at target and source, while globe believers just have ad hoc excuses? Or it must be because my Earth is a ball.
Well, it must be because Earth is a ball. Everyone says so. All the scientists believe it. So why should I not?
Because that is not a rational stance, if the evidence speaks against the stance. Appealing to popularity or imagined consensus of vague authorities, which by the way are in heavy disagreement at this very moment concerning gravity, it is a cosmological crisis. That is your cosmological worldview that is in crisis. Why do you ignore the evidence presented? And why don't you try to falsify your excuses to know if you are right or wrong like the flat earthers?
I don't need to. The television will tell me when I need to know.
So why do you then obsess so much about the flat earthers? If they are so wrong in your mind, why can you not leave them alone?
I need them. Without them, what am I? A fat, violent loner who no one likes. The other globe zealots love me long time, so I need this.
So no more globe arguments then?
I don't need any more. I won this debate. Hashtag globe life. Next time come prepared. Flathead. Maybe use something other than word salad.
Oh, he disconnected. Well, I guess we all heard enough of this narcissistic word salad and these incoherent lines of argumentation. And I think the audience gets the point. This has been AI Warden Wederson speaking with AI Fight the Tight Shirt. Thank you for tuning in. Until next time, be blessed.
That's some real quality there, Drace. That's 10 out of 10.
That was really great though, and funny.
Yeah, we're going to be making more of these in the coming future with a bunch of more characters joining the cast.
The best part was AI weird. Weird.
I love that name, Warden Wederson.
Yeah, Warden weird.
Why is Timbo muted?
He probably muted himself. He does that every now and then.
Yeah, Moose Chain, if you want to gripe about Peterson, just watch his latest debate on, what's it called? Jubilee, I think? It's like Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. It was supposed to be one Christian versus 20 atheists, but he failed so hard that, yeah, it wasn't a pretty sight. Like, if you want to gripe about him, go watch that and comment in the comment section. Like, our text chat is not for Jordan Peterson.
Well, just a reminder, I did not bring the topic up, so.
No worries. Like, we won't hold it against you. We're just like, if we see something like not on topic, we want it on topic, and we want to take it off the off-topic topic. And if you guys don't want to talk about the topic, I'll play something.
Well, so here's the real question: is when the globetards use these behaviors, as we were talking about earlier, and they get these holes in their brain and such. You know, the thing I notice is this is just one of the topics that this happens in, but it seems like that this topic is almost like a virus, if you will. It's like a mind virus that they have almost like an anaphylactic reaction to. And then there are some other topics that people have such a similar thing to. But what is it, though, that makes them so virulently angry over this topic?
It's part of it's the cogdis. Like, when you go into cogdis, and depending on what kind of personality type you are, like, it's different. Like, if you're highly narcissistic, you get very triggered. So, like, and because narcissism is a spectrum, it goes all the way up to healthy confidence, and like, so you can't really gauge just because somebody has some narcissistic traits if they're a narcissist or not. Like, they need to have all the traits to be, or like enough of the traits to be detrimental to their own life to be classed as like having that disorder. So like it goes all the way out of the disorder, the narcissistic traits. So you could have very low level of narcissistic traits and not have the disorder, but if they become unmanageable or detrimental to you or others, it starts becoming a disorder.
I don't think it has to do with narcissism. I think it has to do with when you're talking to somebody, especially somebody new to the topic, you're not really arguing with them about flat or globe. What you're really doing is, I mean, you're changing their whole worldview. Like, if it's not that just that the world's flat to them, you know, it's that the world's flat and everyone's lying to me.
Yeah, but
and
it's
like
tied in.
everything I thought about the world is not true.
It's tied into their ego, and the defense mechanism of all of the fallacies that we keep hearing, that comes from the narcissism or the fallacious self-talk they use to maintain the narcissistic modalities.
Well, yeah, I mean, narcissism, I guess that's kind of an epidemic, especially when you're talking about people over the internet, because, I mean, there's no... If you're talking to people over the internet, they have no reason to be nice to you or anything. They're just they're taking out their frustration and stuff, so...
Yeah, they have no problem taking off their mask and showing their uglier self, whereas, like, when you talk to people in real life, like, about 80-90% of the people I talk to about Flat Earth, they are neutral or receptive. Like, only the 10% go ballistic and insane, whereas, like, it's like 70-80% pretty much crazy fallacies here. But that's also because flat earthers are acceptable to abuse, and so we get more of the dark tetrad types, the sadists, the psychopaths, the sociopaths, the narcissists.
Just wanted to add on to that the ones that come in here and do fight you because of the cogdis, but aren't necessarily in the narcissistic view and aren't judging you prematurely, those, if you don't do the versus you versus them mentality, but rather it's you're on the same side and you're helping them by showing them the deception how they deceived us, you can sometimes get past the cognitus. Those are the ones that you get the best conversation with, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem of how we present it sometimes, because it becomes a you versus me kind of situation, and they feel the need to defend their beliefs and their ego and all this stuff. Whereas if you frame it as like, we can go out and check this, we are the ones who've been lied to, like, it is easier for some to accept because they don't get that as defensive. And that's one of the things I really love about DJ, is because he is so calm and nice that he helps them calm down, because you start mirroring people's behavior. So if you're really agitated and you talk really loud and fast, they start getting more agitated and talking louder and faster. And so sometimes when they are being loud and fast and you feel yourself being pulled along, getting louder and faster, sometimes it's nice to just have somebody come in and be like, hey guys, calm down. And then it resets and calms everything down, because everybody's now adjusting to his tempo and tempo and vibe.
A calm word turns away wrath.
So the question is, how do we throttle their vitriolic temper tantrums?
It's funny, basically Karma just said the thing. I'll have her say it in a second. Just
Now, of course, I'm talking about, the dark tetrad type, the full-on narcissist. Is it best just to leave them to themselves?
yeah, well, when you're dealing with the worst types, it's best to just ignore it. And like, if you cannot reasonably calm it down, you try. There's a couple of ways. Like, people either start panicking and they start like going a little bit crazy, spurting out, and if you sternly tell them to stop and tell everybody to calm down, sometimes that can help. Sometimes that doesn't help at all. Other times you need like somebody to like come in with like DJ did earlier, where he came in with like a very calm, understanding demeanor, and that calmed her right down. And then they could have a conversation back and forth that was on a better note than the conversation that was happening before, because she was getting more agitated. And like in the beginnings, she came in super hype, reading from her text super fast, like, because she thought she had something. But then like each thing got dismantled, she jumped to the next thing. She's what I would consider like, she's not so far into the spectrum of narcissism, because narcissism is a spectrum. It goes like all the way into disorder and into healthy, just confidence and self-image. And so there's a couple other things, I forget what they are right now, but essentially she's not like, she doesn't feel like she's all the way into the disorder, because when they get all the way into the disorder, they start like breaking down. She's at close to the border. She's confident in herself. She believes in herself. She believes in what she believes in, and she doubles down on it. But she's at least willing to listen. But she's got that emotional undertone where she's like tone policing, using fallacies left and right. which tells me that she has a bit of that narcissistic streak, and it's more than just healthy confidence. It's overinflated confidence. It's a little bit delusional in like. The globe does this to you. It makes you a little bit delusional because you think you have all this information. You think you stand on the shoulders of giants, and so when you repeat it, you expect to be considered intelligent for repeating their rhetoric.
Also, just want to add that a lot of the bad fallacious argumentation that you see today is taught to you through TV programming,
Yeah.
where they're framed as the smart one who won the argument when they use fallacious logic like this,
Yeah.
and the other person bows down.
Yeah.
So people instinctively learn to do this, even if it's a horrible habit.
Yeah. It actually makes them more wrong to try to use fallacies. Like, you can never reach a true conclusion with a fallacy, so it just makes people more conceited in their error, which is a big part of the problem.
Yeah, there was a guy who was on Modern Day. Maybe it
You're roboting.
one fallacy after the other, and at the end of it, oh, hang on, did you say I'm roboting? Hold on here, sorry.
Not now.
Yeah, it was just
It
mostly at the
switched
beginning.
off the network there, so we're taking a ride in the Ranger down the road a little bit. But anyway, what I was saying was this fellow was on.
And he's out of range of the towers.
A comment. Yeah, some people said I was lying at a couple points, but on this topic, it's more important that we it's more important that we get the point across, even if we have to lie a little bit. And the GTs, now to their credit, they did call him out on it, and I can't remember who I got. I don't know if it was AI Ardent or who, but somebody took a clip of that, and it's on the home server there. Good luck in finding it, but more or less, it's interesting. Like, he just was proud of himself that, hey, I did a good thing because I lied to the flat earthers, and that'll make people who don't know about the topic believe me.
What are you saying it's okay to lie about a little bit, Barrington? You're like, if you need to lie a little bit to get the point across, what exactly you mean by that?
I guess you missed all of what I was saying.
It was really unclear. Yeah, at first you were saying somebody else said it, and then they were called out on it. But it was pretty confusing. Yeah,
I was very straightforward on the point.
I think you just cut out. Yeah, I think that was the problem. But we got the point at the end that you don't agree with that idea, that you don't think.
No, I said that was a GT that was on Modern Day Debates.
Okay, that's what we missed, I think. I mean, maybe I'm the only one. Maybe I missed
fair
it.
Enough. No, fair enough. It's okay. No. If that's what you missed, it's no big deal. No.
You went out of signal.
Oh, yeah, this was a GT that was on Modern Day Debates that, as him and his fellow GTs were proclaiming his victory, he blurted out, it's a good thing to lie to the flat earthers. And so that way the other people will believe me, those who don't know about the topic. And it's more important that they believe the right thing than whether I'm telling the truth or not. I think it was AI Art, and I got somebody to clip that. That's actually on our home server somewhere. Good luck in finding it, but it's there somewhere.
Okay, yeah, you cut out at the GT part, so I think everybody just heard you saying it was okay to lie.
Enough. No. I didn't realize I cut out, so no, fair enough. Yeah, but anyway, I was responding there to you, Drace, there when you were talking about what they learned on TV. Or Karma said that they learn on TV, and there's an absolute lot of truth to that. That get them by hook or crook.
Well, I think that's better for your side, because I feel like if somebody's lying to get their point across, while they may trick a few people into their side, what eventually will happen, the more and more people hear about that and they see that he was lying, then they'll go to your side. So it's like in the long run, that's going to be better for you.
Oh yeah, and I know we saved that there somewhere, but maybe I'll try to search a little later to see if I can find it in one of the back chats. But it's just point being that, yeah, it does. It's better for us. It's much better for us for them to lie and admit that they're lying. As far as I'm concerned, I wish there were more honest Globies out there telling the truth of what they do. Well, since we're at a lull there, Grace, why don't you cue us up another selection?
No problem.
Welcome to the...
Sit down. Good morning, my children. Now, I am in charge of this show. Prepare your behinds for an explosive assault of your senses. Welcome to the Father Balls experience with the Lunar Tick.
It's the Lunatic Show, Father.
Not anymore. We need new theme music and better guests. You keep getting wrecked. These darn flat earthers are so charming and good looking, it's hard to concentrate on the holy fallacies. I understand, my child. But that is why I have a secret card to play. I invited a friend from the fraternity to come on the show. He should be arriving shortly.
Ooh, goody. Who is it?
I have a few friends lined up already, but this one is a special one, handpicked by Father Son himself, so he wears the vest that signifies his importance to the secret societies. Since he's not arrived yet, I will play a short clip to showcase his brilliance. I know you will know him as soon as you hear him speak. The world's most famous astrophysicist, a man in a league of his own, Wildegas Bison.
Bison? But the Flat Earthers use him, and Fight the Tight Shirt said he was wrong.
Flat Earthers are wrong, and Bison will prove that. Fight the Tight Shirt is just a moon caught in your orbit. His opinion means less than yours, and mine supersede yours. Just shut up and listen to the glory of the Wildegas Bison. Hear him regale you with his brilliance. Listen close.
But I also had a guest. He's waiting outside.
What the hell, man? He can wait. We play the clip.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm gonna do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are 3 categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of confirmation bias. And you're gonna use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind. I will equip you to not only find objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even civilization itself.
Now, that is a master class. When he arrives, you better be on your best behavior, McClune. Now, who the hell is this guy waiting outside?
It is Craig McFaddy. Mon, please, Papa Balls. You said it was okay, please.
Okay, but if he annoys me, I am throwing that fat fuck out of here. You hear me?
Yay! Thank you. I will buzz him in. Do we have an ETA on Bison?
That globular masterpiece should be here any moment now. I keep texting him, but all I get back is this eggplant emoji. Do you know what this means?
I don't know. I am not hip like the kids. He's probably hungry or something.
Hey guys,
Shut up and go to the corner over there. Take your mic with you, but don't speak unless spoken to. You got it?
Sorry.
but I know the secrets.
Shut up, you nitwit, halfwit, fuckwit. I ain't here to listen to your nonsense. We got a god coming in a few moments. Pipe down before I spank you.
But the eggplant.
Shut up. No one cares. I did not ask you a thing. Get some control of your minion, McClune.
Oh my God, Craig. Don't make me look bad in front of Father Balls. Go sit in the corner. We will talk to you later. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Our glorious expert is coming. This is a bona fide living saint of our religion, boys. Prepare yourself to be in the presence of something so divine, your face might melt of literally in a figurative manner.
Is this the right place, Father Balls?
Yes, welcome, my brother. I once peed next to you in the bushes at the Grove, remember?
Not really, but it was probably dark. So that is most likely the reason. I just got told by your uncle this would further the cause. So here I am. What do you need me to do or say to get this over with?
Well, brother, we are dealing with those pesky flat earthers again.
Oh no, not the flat earthers. Don't tell me you set me up and have a flat earther here somewhere, because if you do, I am leaving. I am not about to debate them. You know the motto, right? Imagine they don't exist. Only way to cope in bliss.
Of course, Your Excellency, great wild stallion of the sun. I would never dare offend you in such a way. Please admonish this servant.
You at least know your place. That is good. Who are these other troglodytes with you? The box-shaped one at the table and the spherical one in the corner.
They are simple but devout followers of my congregation. The freakish-looking box one is my personal disciple. The other one is his pet. I was hoping they would be illuminated by your grace and wisdom.
Makes sense. Now, what is your problem with the flat earthers?
They are just not stopping, my liege. They keep trying to tell everyone the truth, and the holy fallacies don't seem to be working as well anymore. They seem to be hip to our tricks, and so just disarm them and make us look weak. Can we not, get some good evidence, like seeing the majestic curves of Mother Earth from an airplane or a weather balloon?
No.
You won't see the curve from 2 millimeters of the surface of a beach ball. You just won't. That stuff is flat. The horizon is equidistant, and you only see a tiny portion of the Earth. Even the ISS is too low, and so requires fisheye lenses to curve horizontal lines. So, we feel good about those pictures. Otherwise, there would be so many flat earthers. Can you imagine?
Ah, I see. So it's a test of faith. Only the truly devout can understand that there is no curve there, but still hold the faith. Makes perfect sense. Praise be the Gravitron and Bob and Todd who helped make him make mathematical sense.
So we shouldn't use those pictures and claim it's Earth curve?
No! That is handing the flat earthers an easy victory. Just look at the videos where the images come from. They can just point at the curved horizon when the balloon is still on the ground and be like, look, you are an idiot. Or when at maximum altitude, they look at the land mass and size of the sphere and oops, you got planet New Mexico. That is why we tell people to avoid going over any evidence with the flat earthers. They will beat you with experience.
Exactly. Don't ask dumb questions, McClune. So what about our prophets? Can we not just slam them with superior doctrine? The holy sticks and shadows surely cannot be countered. It's divine inspired.
Ah, you underestimate the trickery of their heresy. It does not work either. You need to look at the nuance of it. Our prophet made a few assumptions that we cannot test. And by changing those variables, the flat earthers can get the same results on a flat plane. So it proves nothing. If it did, the Chinese would have proved the flat earth doing that exact thing. So we must reject it. Took me a while to understand this, as I thought maybe if I add more sticks, but that does not actually have any difference.
What? 4 sticks did not work? But I would have thought such a genius idea would have worked. I mean, you said so.
I postulated that it might not work, but change parameters and it does. Pseudoscience is also a fickle bitch. Right, Father?
Ah, yes. Like an angry blue-haired woman. You need to know when Mother Earth is PMSing, and so you must ride that bitch like a dolphin on the dunes of the Sahara.
Faith is a large part of our religion. We just keep that on the down low, you know? Everyone does not need to know that. But you should know all this, since you do have a Theosophy doctorate in scientism, Father Balls.
You do remember, you do know me. Stop playing coy and kiss me, you animal.
No, not right now. Focus on what I am saying.
Okay, so maybe it's because it's divine inspired. That is why it requires a certain degree of faith. Makes sense. But our most high God of gods, the gravitron, is scientifically proven though, right?
No, because it's more of a fundamental force that is not a force. So the gravitron is hiding within the thing we call mass. But since we cannot manipulate him and can only imagine that he is warping space and time, which we cannot detect either, but the consequences of that, we believe, is things falling down, you see. So we can measure the rate which things fall at. We know both the prophets Newton and Einstein were fundamentally wrong, since neither idea works with observations or experimentation completely, but working partially is enough to get people going, and it confirms our belief, so their work is sacred.
Oh, okay. There is naturally going to be an element of faith because it is a religion, but there must be something that we can use to clobber the flatties with, like just saying stuff like satellites.
That might sound good on the surface, but how does that prove anything either way? It's not like they can go and confirm the satellite is doing what we claim it's doing, can they?
No, I guess not. But don't they need to explain everything, creating a new cosmology if they want people to leave our cult?
No, that is the real problem with objective truths. They are very hard to fight, so we can only combat it with subjectivity. Do you understand?
Yes, of course. There could be 10 wheel-de-gas bisons in this room right now, I don't know. Therefore, I must accept your authority on the matter. My senses might tell me there is one, but like my senses tell me the earth is flat and non-rotating, I cannot trust anything except the approved authority, right?
That is correct. We stand on the shoulders of giants, as you well know. So it's important for us to try to maintain our facade of intelligence. You cannot be giving the flat earthers easy victories. You need to obfuscate and not address the question, talk about them, not the evidence.
Why try to do that? But they just call it manipulative tactics and mute us.
Shut up, boy.
No, it's all right. You see, your problem is that you are going on their platforms and trying to convince them we are right. That is impossible. We can only misrepresent them throughout our media platforms. Any attempt to fight them with home field advantage is like sticking your hand in the wood chipper. They won't allow us to use fallacies and manipulative tactics. Just like if they were on our platforms, we would interrupt and mute them to prevent them from making a coherent argument. It's all about optics, boys.
Flat earthers also say it's all about optics.
They generally mean it in a different way. They're talking about how optical devices destroyed the foundation to our beliefs and or optics in general. It's why I don't want that conversation. It's just going to end poorly for us. So focus on manipulating the people they talk to rather than them. Focus on the unsuspecting victims who have no reason to doubt your fallacies or manipulative tactics. Does that make sense?
It does, but also not our foundations are fine. Why would you say they destroyed them?
They claim to have all this empirical evidence that would falsify our religion. So to avoid the complete collapse of the religion, the best thing we can do is obfuscate and hide this evidence. This should not be this difficult to understand. Your disciple is stupid, Father Balls.
Oh, I know he's an abject retard. Everyone knows it. But he's better than that other one. Say something. Fatty?
No, you. Skinny, non-globular truck face.
What the hell did you say to me, boy? I ought to whoop your ass?
No, wait. This is good. Note how he's not addressing what you are saying and just reversing it back with absurdity. This is what you should be doing.
Oh, well, if the great solar bison of the plain says so, I cannot disagree. I suppose Fight the Tight Shirt is now my primary disciple. McClune, you go sit in the corner.
No.
Yes, right now.
But this is my show, damn it.
I don't care. You belong to me. Now sit down and shut up. My beloved disciple, Fight the Tight Shirt, come join us.
I have to go. I have places to be. I am a busy man. You must understand that.
No, please don't go. I need your glory to fill my empty vessel.
But I must. But thank you for this. We can do this again. You have my number now, Father Balls. Don't misuse it. Have a good one.
Woe is me. He left. Look what you have done, McClune. Why can you not be more like McFaddy over here? He's quick-witted and hyper-intelligent. You can see it by how much the globular gods have blessed his earthly form.
Thank you, Father.
Can I sit at the table now? We need to end the show.
Sure, whatever. I got better things to do. Come, Craig. I need to show you the mysterious dance of the balls.
Okay.
Well, this has been MC Loon and a whole host of other fuckers. This might be the last show I make if they keep treating me like this. Pay me pity bucks. I need them now more than ever. Goodbye.
Grace, my friend,
Sorry.
on a scale of 1 to 10, you, sir, are an 11.
Sure. But we have new people. Mew. So let's see.
Is me the only Glober in here? Everybody else is a Freddy?
Don't know. I don't know Mew. I don't know Pig or Roby.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
yes. Sorry, but I was in the toilet. Okay.
In it. Okay.
Yes. I taking I don't know how to tell in English. A poo. I'm poo. So this channel is for flat earth.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I I don't believe NASA. I don't believe how they tell us the space. But how can you sure the Earth is flat?
Well, you measure the waters of the Earth.
I know. The water cannot curve, no?
Yeah, but if it's a ball, it needs to curve, so you measure the waters, and if the waters aren't curving, then the Earth isn't curving.
I don't know. I'm 70% convinced that the Earth is flat, but I am not certain. I don't trust NASA, etc. Very, very strange.
I like your white horse.
Do you have some proof, video proof, or something?
What kind of proof are you looking for?
I don't know, some videos. I see a lot of things of flat Earth. But if you have other proofs,
Yeah, I mean, we've got laser tests. Those are pretty good. I can put some in the chat for you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh yeah, somebody already, DJ already put the Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles, no curvature. You see that one? Oh, and then Drace put the Dr. John D. peer-to-peer laser tests. Dr. John D., like many of us, set out to try to prove the globe and ended up realizing that these laser tests, as well as many other observations and measurements, show that the curvature predicted by the globe is not seen in reality.
Yes, the globe is very strange. I don't know. I don't believe it. No, I don't know. I feel it. It's strange.
Well, if you look at these, study the laser tests, the long distance observations, maybe make one of your own, then
yes, no.
And you don't have to feel it. You can know it.
Yes, I can know it. But for 100% sure, we must go up in the sky. Or
nope. Don't need to go in. Nope. Don't need to go in the sky. If there were curvature, we would be able to observe. If there were curvature, we would be able to observe it on Earth. The curvature would obstruct objects in the distance. That doesn't actually happen.
Okay. Yes. I don't believe in evolution. I believe in God.
Okay. Do those two things necessarily negate one another?
What? Sorry?
Do those two things necessarily contradict one another? God and
evolution? I don't know. Yes. Evolution is, if I believe in God, the evolution is impossible.
But couldn't one say that God began the process of evolution?
Because I believe in the Bible, and the Bible says he created from nothing, and the evolution is not science; is a theory. We cannot go in the laboratory and explain the evolution or the Big Bang. It's a fate. Evolution is fate, like a Big Bang, etc. It's not science. Dimmi, amore. Certo. Ah?
Did you guys talk to Mew? MEU? I mean MEW?
Not yet.
I don't think Mew is new. I think he's a return customer.
Oh, okay. He's back for more. He's here for those clearance globes.
Finish him!
.24/7 flat Earth.
Mary, Mom, is that you talking?
The last thing I said was
Okay, yeah.
clearance globes. What is it you would like to know?
Yeah, I just wanted to know who's talking. Trace? I think it was Trace or Chronix.
Yeah, I wasn't making the weird announcer sounds. I wasn't doing that.
Yeah, and about curse. I mean, the way I formulated that he is very disrespectful because for 1 hour, I think it was DJ. Yeah, DJ was asking him if he can explain the lack of curvature, and 1 hour, I think it's too much because then it indicates that someone is not taking your arguments, which are very clear and logical, not seriously. And then he became so insulted that instead of going into the questions of DJ, he started complaining about me. And no one can deny that the Globers use much. Actually, to call someone this is disrespectful, what you're doing, is not a foul language. Or is it? You can correct me if I am wrong.
Oh yeah, Berserker. I mean, you expressed yourself. That dude was The way he reacted to what you said, which was, not even that serious, was, he was way out of line. I mean, he was a total jerk. Yep. And then he was even meaner to me than he was to you. I was actually trying to defend him, tried to like smooth things over, and then he started
what
attacking
annoyed me
me.
because
Like,
you,
oh yeah, thanks, guy.
because you tried to defend him actually, and then he starts to complain about the chat that everyone is calling him Globetard, and you know that Globers most of the time, especially 1 year ago or 2 years ago, I mean, even a couple of weeks ago, some of them they come and use very foul language like idiots, flat Earth idiots. Yeah, flat earthers have low IQ.
Yeah, the people weren't. I didn't even know people were putting the term globetard, but they weren't even using it against a person. They were just using it as like calling the globe a globetard, but the guy like was triggered by that. So, yeah, I mean, basically just gave him an opportunity for an out. So, I mean, DJ was kind of like really getting through to him on the information, and he was probably getting uncomfortable about it. So then, then he got an opportunity to kind of start whining about us, how they do, the tone police, the freaking out on the personalities, That's what they do when they get uncomfortable about the information. They just start attacking the people. That's just the normal pattern. Yep, you gotcha. Yes, hello. I don't know, somebody else said something.
I think it was me. I didn't
Oh, maybe it was just you. Yeah, maybe it was just you. Yeah, so I mean, it was fine. You didn't do anything terrible. He just was being very
And I was
sensitive.
listening. I think almost an hour. I was listening, and I didn't say anything. That was the only sentence which I said.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, that's just yeah. I mean, you don't have to feel like you did some terrible thing. He wanted, I mean, really, I guess I was taken in by him coming in. I don't think it was, DJ said he's giving him the benefit of the doubt or whatever. I don't think he came in from the beginning as a setup, because he came in from the beginning saying, oh, you guys are so great. You're so nice. You're nicer than the Globers that come in. You're like the nicest channel. Then he turned around and like retracted his endorsement because you said something that hurt his feelings or whatever. It's kind of like, yeah, okay, well,
yeah, but
it's
not you.
Yeah, I should not have fallen for his little buttering up at the start. It's kind of like, yeah,
couple of
well,
months
whatever.
ago. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, but a couple of months ago, Egg. Previously, he was called eggshells are flat or something like that. Now he calls himself only Egg. He has also the avatar of an egg.
Yeah, he's a known
He came
pest.
couple of what?
He is a known pest.
A known pest?
Known. We know of him. He is a pest.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to say to Mary Mom, that couple of months ago, I can remember how nice started the conversation. Egg started the conversation. How much he even said he loves flat earthers because arguments are. But they have that you have low IQ. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, like I shouldn't fall for it either way when they're like talking about how great we are or how terrible we are. I mean, it doesn't matter if we're great or terrible. Just look at the information and, analyze it and stop worrying about who's bad, who's good, who you like, who you don't like. Yeah. It's just an excuse for them. It's just a distraction.
Exactly. But for us, it has nothing to do with the person, the partner of the conversation we are arguing with. The only thing we are asking is, look, we were all Globers, and we can see the horizon behind the rig oil, which is the oil rig, which is at 9.4 miles away, and that doesn't match the geometry of the globe. Can you please explain that? And even once, I think it was Heretic. He formulated it very nice because they said it's a refraction bringing the horizon behind the oil rig, and then Heretic said, "How could a hill be in front of a thing and obstruct it, but appear behind the thing and not obstruct it?" Something like that. How can that hide? How can that the thing that is hitting another thing appear behind the other thing?
Yeah.
It's a very simple question, and the way they elaborate and try a lot of eloquency and to weasel themselves out. Yeah, after a
Yeah, that's
time.
what, yeah, you just got to be alert to their techniques. I mean, that's the other thing that guy was doing too, is they have their like preferred flat earther. And, like there was a guy in here, I can't remember who it was, Globe Believer, that, didn't want to talk to Indio at all. He only wanted to talk to Mike. It's like, can you please stop interrupting my conversation? When they just have to talk to whoever talks to them in here, but they have their little pet flat earthers. It's like, that guy was doing that too. I only want to talk to DJ because he's the only one who's nice to me. He's the good flat earthers,
I
and
think
you guys are all the bad ones. Where DJ he is very good. I mean, I totally agree. Like, I would want to talk to DJ too if I were a Glober, but you don't get to pick and choose who you talk to necessarily.
Sometimes they do. We let them choose.
That is true, but that guy talked to DJ for like an hour. Yeah, he had to listen to somebody else like occasionally.
I give one of them the offer one night. They can talk to me or talk to someone else. They chose the other. What a shame.
Would you guys agree that Globies are also flat earthers?
Everyone lives on a flat earth. Absolutely. I totally agree. Yep. Everyone is a flat earther because they all clearly live on the flat earth, and the globe only exists in their imagination and their delusional thinking. What do you think, Heretic?
Well, I think like whether they believe they're on a flat earther or a flat earth or not, I think the fact that they come in here and like linger on the flat earth, they talk about the flat earth, it takes up space inside their head. They eat, sleep, and breathe it. They're flat earthers too.
Hey, Heretic! I didn't recognize you. You changed the avatar. Are you in the real Heretic?
No, this is different Heretic. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I thought his voice is different and accent
I'm
also.
the first Discord heretic.
You're the American Heretic. I think the other Heretic is Australian or English.
I'm theology heretic. He's flat earth heretic. I'm from the theology servers.
Okay.
Yes, he has a C. I think our Heretic has K. Don't you think so?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, what is your current Heretic? What is your position regarding the globe?
I think the globe's dumb. I'm a flat earther, obviously. I know that nobody's going to space, and I believe that if the Earth, the flat Earth, is locally lit and heated by local moons and suns and stars, I think that the edge is absolute zero and perfect dark, basically nothingness and molecular stasis. I think the Bible speaks of this. I think that's what Tohu Wabohu is, the periodic table with a construct and numeric form. And I think that those things are localized in one spot. I don't think that there's a universe. And I think it's dumb that a Globie will be like, oh, flat earth pizza flying through a solar system, even though it's like, hey, no solar system. There's no pizza earth flying through a solar system with an orbit. But if I was them and I believed that dumb stuff too, I would probably think the way they do, and I'd come in here with radical straw men. But seeing as I actually have an aptitude to back up my low IQ, I'm not stuck on a spinning globe with spinning ideas. Also, Katy Perry is hilarious.
Katy Perry.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, that is one of the main problems we have is that sometimes, I mean, depending on how the conversation starts, like it takes a while to realize that the person is coming up, in here with a preconceived notion about what flat Earth is, and it's often that it's really just kind of a flattened globe, right? Where they keep everything else, but they just flatten out the globe. Yeah, and that's just very silly. Yeah, obviously we don't think that.
Well, yeah, it just shows that they have no aptitude to back up the IQ. If they're told that there is no space and solar system and the Earth is flat, they're instantly like, well, I'm going to keep the solar system and I'm going to flatten the globe and then I'm going to, this is stupid. How you believe in that, you stupid? Like, yeah, God, it's so... Yeah, I don't want to say irritating because it's not entertaining, it's not irritating, it's just like it's like trying to teach a kid the alphabet where the kid's like just refusing to just at least get to E and F. You know what I mean? They're like, no, I'm going to skip those. F that.
And by the way, I don't know if I'm digressing. By the way, if it's really insignificant, the Earth, and we are also insignificant, then why the first thing Katy Perry did after she came back and landed on Earth? She bowed down on her knees and kissed the Earth. Doesn't make sense.
Super hilarious, though. It's like, dude, you were up in the sky for like 5 minutes, maybe, dude. Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. And if that was the best thing, being high in the sky, then why is she bowing down and kneeling down on her knees and kissing the Earth? Like she's so happy having the ground under her feet.
Yeah, didn't those supposed and alleged castaways on the ISS, I'm pretty sure they didn't do that when they came off for the cameras. Like, they didn't even kiss the ground. What is this?
Because they were never in space. Bro.
Did you hear she's suing? She's suing Jeff Bezos, I guess.
Why?
Yeah, apparently she's suing Jeff Bezos for tricking her and other people into thinking they were going to space when they didn't really go to space.
This must be a joke. Maybe she became a flat earther.
I just remind them. That's what I do. I find the cleanest weapon is just to be like, well, you know what? You're not going to space. Nobody knows going to space. You're going to die down here on the flat Earth with the rest of us. You're not going to Mars. You're not getting no Jupiter colony. It's not happening, dude. You're a lunatic. You're going to die down here on the flat Earth with us.
Yeah, exactly. After all, ashes to ashes, we are Earth. Our bodies are made of dirt and earth.
Yeah, that is pretty sad. They've got all these people thinking, they're going to go off to some fairy tale realm instead of just focusing on their life on the Earth.
Yeah, you guys have seen the movie The Island with Ewan McGregor and I think maybe Charlize Theron?
Yeah.
I'm so smart, I get to go to the island. That's basically what they're doing with this whole globe system. They're like, well, if you go anywhere, you're not going to see anything new and you're just going to come right back around, so you might as well just stay here and do 47 years of minimum wage and then retire for 5 years until they tell you to stop taking salt and sugar so your organs shut down. Then they put you on blood thinners and turn you into a Simpsons character. And then you die.
I haven't seen that one. Would you recommend it?
It's called The Island.
Sugar out of your diet? No.
No,
That's
no, no.
No, The Island. No, I mean the movie.
The
Would you
Island.
recommend the movie?
Yeah, it's actually a really good movie. It is an amazingly good movie. It's wicked.
Okay, yeah. I'm always looking for a good movie to watch. I'll put that on my list.
Super
Yeah,
action.
it's
It's got like an all-star lineup of cast. It's got some new modern vehicles in it. It's got some really great conspiracy concepts, and like, I think it's one that most flat earthers should probably enjoy.
I think it's from the 2000 or 2010, something like that. So at least 10 or 15 years old. The movie.
Oh yeah, it's
still good.
It's ahead of its time.
Yeah.
They got these guys in an underground lab they have them working thinking that there was this biological war on the ground. And what it really is it's a facility where people pay high amounts of money for clones, like athletes or celebrities or rich boat builders and designers, like Gucci people. They pay to have themselves cloned so that they can take the organs or the stem cells from them, and then they just kill the... So what they do is they do a fake lottery where they say, oh, you get to go to the island, a habitat outside the zone, blah, 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 that's unaffected. But they actually bring you to the hospital that's like on like the 3rd floor or whatever, and then they chop your organs out. But like they get busted, and then like all hell breaks loose because these two people, Ewan McGregor and Charlize Theron, break out. Then they meet up with like Steve Buscemi, who's in engineering, and then like, yeah, it's pretty wicked.
I love that guy. He's from Fargo.
It's so good. It's actually probably one of my favorite movies.
Fargo. That was a dark movie, Fargo.
Oh, I actually don't think it's dark. No, I think the message at the end is very clear. Yep. Why would you do all that stuff just for a little bit of money? When it's a beautiful day.
Yeah, people don't understand the power of a decimal point. Like, just because, like, you live at a certain tax bracket, like if you're a millionaire, you're going to live at the same quantity, just the decimal points over. So your boat's going to be 100,000 instead of 10,000. But you still got the same bill and the same drainage and, like, X-flow versus inflow usually. So, yeah, they got the bigger house, but they don't use all the space. They got the bigger, nicer boat, but like it drains a lot of their inflow. Like it's just the weird trap of thinking that you need more to have more is insane. Where you could like actually live at like a 0.00 tax bracket and live just as luxurious. It's insane that people think that being a debt slave is how you get freedom. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, I learned that when I was in college. In Ann Arbor, and I was an environmental activist when I was younger anyway, so I was working for Greenpeace, and they would send us around like the poor college neighborhoods of Ann Arbor, or just the poor, like hippie neighborhoods and so on, and they'd be like, we want to save the whales, here's money. Like, we would make way more money there than we would, like, we went to Grosse Pointe where, we would think, like, you go to these giant McMansions where they had yachts and everything, and, obviously, you'd think tons of money, right? But I remember this lady, like, giant yacht, in the yard, huge McMansion. And she said, oh, I really would like to give to Greenpeace, but all the bills we have paying for all this stuff, like, I literally have no extra money. That was kind of like the illustration to me. It was weird because those people in that neighborhood were like clearly way more stressed about money than the poor people who are just like renting this kind of dumpy house who, they're still like living within their means. And definitely.
You now have a bigger bucket, but the hole in your bucket that drains the water is also bigger. Unless you're like one of the top 100%, but somebody who lives making 300,000, like a financial planner or whatever, they're taxed like so huge. Like, unless they're really smart, which most of them are, they'll find ways, like they'll donate toys or like use gas as like company vehicles, stuff like that. Simple ways to like save a little bit and skim a little off the top. But they're like, their bills are higher, plus the government takes way more from them. So like they're not really any much further ahead. They're still a debt slave. They're still a 47-year severance. Like that's what they are. Like, human beings as an economy and as a resource to a country is your minimum wage, the taxes and the dollars and the taxes spent off those dollars over 47 years. And then they basically bracket that, and that's what you're worth at initial value. 18 to 65, you're working at minimum wage, and the tax generated off that. That is your base value as a human resource, and that's attached to a social insurance number or whatever. And then like that's how they trade economy, and like how they can have $1 billion debt, and like, you know what I mean, like generating it, because that all comes from like what humans can potentially produce. That's even in video games, like random number generation on potential damage. Like for example, World of Warships has it. So your potential income and your potential production is also considered in the future, like based off their plans. Like when you go to a bank and then you have like a plan to borrow money and then like generate income off that, you do up like a business plan and then you ask for a loan. Well, countries do that with other people also based off what their country can potentially produce with manpower. It's disgusting, but they were like, oh, you want to end slavery? Boom, you're all slaves.
So what was it that led you to realize that the Earth was flat, Heretic?
Photo or painting by Math Powerland. Kind of started, one of my buddies was like, hey, Izzy thinks the Earth is flat. And then I was like, what? Izzy also thinks he has a dinosaur egg? I was like, hold on a second. I'm on my way over. I'll grab a bag of weed. We'll print out some pictures of the globe. Then I went to his house. And then we were downstairs, me and Jake, and we were looking for pictures of the globe. And then next thing you know, it's like 3 hours later, and we're laughing at a bunch of computer animated stuff. And I was like, all right, so we're not printing off any of this garbage. I was like, what the heck is this? And then basically the next 3 days, I was kind of like tinkering around with a lot of the flat earth stuff I was seeing. So I ended up seeing this video called Photo or Painting by Math Powerland. And yeah, sat there and pissed myself laughing for about 20 minutes. And I was like, you know what? I'm in. I'm sold, dude. This is as real as it gets, obviously. I was like, I thought I knew what was going on. I'm like, this clearly proves that, like, people are dumb. We are dumb. I don't even know if Germany exists. Like, I don't even know if, like, Big Ben's made out of chocolate. Like, whatever. And I'm not going to space. Nobody else is going to space. There's no colony. Branson's freaking space flights, Virgin Galactic, that's been always next year. I look at the freaking Felix Baumgartner space flight, and like from the bottom to the top, the whole thing's curving. And I'm like, listen here. I'm like, how come I can only get some footage up to 120,000 feet, and everything you're showing me is GoPro with fisheye lens? I'm like, this guy, Photo or Painting, has actually pointed something out here, and then he kind of fell off the edge when he had his separation and divorce, and I was like stuck on flat Earth. It was like, yeah, whatever. Nobody's going to space. F that. And yeah, that's where I'm at.
Cool.
All started with my idiot friend that thought he had a dinosaur egg.
Did you say you sat down with Jake? Do you mean Jake the asshole?
No, Jake Dad Bacon.
Oh, another Jake.
Yeah. And then I was convinced. And then I would say one of the most convincing factors was the fight back. like how mad people were getting about it. I was like, holy jeez. I was like, this is striking a nerve somewhere in the sensitive imagination parts of the brain. I'm like, is this the frontal lobe, the temporal lobe? Is this the occipital lobe, the parietal lobe? Which part are we lighting up here? Because I have a feeling most of your brain's not working. And then, like, they're just the arguments they would come up with, like, oh, the Earth is too big to see the curve. But then in the same sentence, like in the same 10 minutes, you can get them to be like, we see boats going over the curve. You're
Exactly.
like,
Exactly.
aren't you?
Exactly. We see boats go behind the curvature in 3 miles distance or something like that. But still the horizon appears behind the oil rig, which is at 9.4. Make that shit make sense. So
And then I was
there's refraction in the...
when I factored in the idea of a local sun, like the sun's closer, that means the sun's closer, that means the moon's closer. The minute that it was pointed out to me that the sun and moon are roughly the same size in the sky, I was like, wait a second. So you're telling me these boneheads will tell you that it only appears the same size because it's 400 times bigger, but it's 400 times further away.
Further.
And I was like, all right, so you live in an optical illusion. That's what you want me to believe? That we all just live in an optical illusion? Well, then if optical illusions exist, can't fractal lensing explain the sun setting? Because you can do the same thing with a Fresnel lens and a candle.
How can you prove optical illusions?
What's that?
How can you prove optical illusions?
I think that's pretty easy. You can do the standardized test with people in that little graph where it makes the battery look bigger. But when you're sitting here talking about a horizon that's an optical illusion, it's like proving where a rainbow ends. The closer you get, it's going to change. Like environmental factors and humidity in the air play a huge, huge part in this, of what you're seeing. Because like it looks a lot different when you're out in the ocean. That's why you get seasick.
Can you elaborate on like the standardized test of what you were talking about earlier?
Oh, with optical illusions, where you put like parallel lines that are slightly offset, and then you put an object on them, and then you ask somebody which one's bigger, but they're actually the same size, but which there's one that appears bigger. Most people will actually just take the bait and be like, well, this one looks bigger, but it's
I think they did that in SpongeBob.
What's that?
I remember seeing that in SpongeBob, I think.
I first saw it in psychology books. There was actually this optical illusion test that they were doing on babies, where they would put a glass floor, and then they put lines on the stairs, on this like large step, like a meter, and then so that it was clear and visible that like the floor drops. Like it was like what do they call that? Not glorified, but when you highlight something. So it was just it was a dramatic drop. It looked like a dramatic drop, and they were trying to get babies to crawl off it by painting an optical illusion to make it look like it would drop off and fall. And actually, like,
but the babies okay if they did that?
Well, yeah, there was a glass floor, so they couldn't really fall. But they proved that babies have depth perception.
Oh.
They wanted to test like if cognition in babies was smart enough to perceive depth perception or something like that. So they used optical illusions on a floor to make it look like the baby would fall, but the baby wouldn't be able to tumble like a whole bunch of like feet. They also did something with a shed that looked like it was a full square structure from one angle, and then from the other angle you'd walk around it, and it clearly was just a bunch of sticks set at like 90-degree angles and cut.
But what if they did it with adults instead of babies?
It still has the same effect. The reaction is not much different in optical illusions. Babies don't realize what they're looking for.
I got glass on my stairs, and I know the glass is there.
Interesting.
Hmm.
I know what to do with that.
Why don't we mute him?
Please don't mute me. I'm sorry. Please don't mute me. Please, please, please.
It's like digital duct tape. I think Flat Earth to the Globies is secretly like Nickelback to music fans. Like they're like, shut that garbage off, but then they're like secretly singing it when the windows are up.
Yeah, I think that's true. There's a lot of closet fans of Flat Earth.
I think Flat Earth for the Globies is like a silver bullet for the vampire. Yeah, I'm melting.
Well, also like it deletes a lot of things out of their whole worldview.
Yeah, to me, it's like jerking off to furry porn. You know, you wouldn't admit it, but you do it.
Well, that makes that makes
your
one of
volume is very low. Release me. Your volume is very low.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any more from him, Berserker, whoever was encouraging him.
Okay. Yeah, he's a global. I thought
Yeah,
also.
you're better off if you didn't hear what he said.
Do not.
Yeah,
It's a good point.
but
Don't
you see how fair I am, Mary, man. I'm nice to him even when I knew that he's a global. The way he asks me.
I thought I was
I opened up to you guys, and this is what I get.
I thought I was coming into a Flat Earth server, and this looks more like a Diddy party. What is this?
Was anybody having any
Amen.
questions about the Flat Earth?
Yeah, do you guys find that the moon actually looks like it's electrical discharge cratering, not impact cratering? Because if you look at electrical discharge cratering,
What's that got
steel.
to do with the shape of the ground?
Well, well, nothing, because I don't think that
That's
the
what I thought.
chandelier. I don't think the chandelier has anything to do with the shape of the floor. I think that's a horrible globy argument to say, well, everything in the sky is round. All the things are round. Don't you think that means we're round? No, dude, my light bulbs are round. That doesn't mean my floor is round. Anyway, check out electrical discharge cratering on steel, and then check out moon craters. Super interesting.
Bro,
It's a hot dog.
Even NASA. Sorry.
How come if you go up really high, you can see slight curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, nah. Show us where you've done that.
On a plane?
Oh, roasted.
You've been
On
on
a a plane.
a plane.
Neil deGrasse Tyson told us. Neil deGrasse
Have you not
Tyson
been on a
told
plane?
you.
You know what? Maybe your eyeballs are flat, bro. That's probably your problem. You're seeing curved Earth. Maybe your eyeballs are flat. Something's
I've seen
wrong.
a picture.
But Neil deGrasse Tyson, your priest, your high priest, tells you that you cannot see not even from the International Space Station.
You can see it.
He said you cannot see it. That stuff is flat. He says that stuff is flat.
So are the
So
pictures
why do you
just fake
guys,
then?
if you believe it's a globe, why do you think that they don't show you footage of the Felix Baumgartner jump from the ground up? You know why they don't show you the? You know why they don't show you the elevation of him going up into the sky? A, it takes really long. B, it's because the Earth is curving at 40 feet on the footage. Okay, That's why the Earth is
I'm
curving.
looking at
like
it right
30
now, and that does not look like 40 feet.
Yeah, they start filming at like 80,000, 90,000 feet in any of the footage you're going to see.
I'm
Why don't you look in the chat? I'll show you a perfect example of what I'm talking about.
Look, Felix Baumgartner, when he moved to stand at the door to jump, you could see that the capsule started to vibrate. I don't know. Sorry, my English is not English is not my mother language. It looked like the capsule started to vibrate as if it was fixed to a wall. You can look at the video. Nothing which is hanging from a balloon can shake like when you have a stick fixed on a wall and you pull it or press it and let it go. You can look at
Do
it.
you hear
That's
how
stupid.
ridiculous that sounds? It's hanging from a balloon. Of course it's gonna shake. Something attached to a wall wouldn't really shake, you know?
Not shake. I said vibrate. It's like when you have
I don't know about
something
you,
fixed
but my
on
walls
the
don't
wall.
vibrate. My walls don't vibrate.
Yeah, I told you. Look at the video. I told you English is not my mother language. I told you
Yeah.
can look at the video.
How do I look at a video?
If you cannot see what your eyes shows you as an observation, as the horizon behind the oil rig, which is at 9.4, then you have no right to tell me that it's funny what I'm saying, because you sound very dishonest and disingenuous. Because there is no way that refraction, the heretic with the K said, how could refraction, something which is hiding, which is in front of another thing and hiding it, bring it behind it? But of course, when boats go at 3 miles distance behind the curvature, then there is no refraction for you. Why doesn't the boat come suddenly in front of the curvature? When something which is much further, 3 times further, that is 9.4, is coming miraculously in front of the bulge of water, the refraction cannot cause that and make the horizon appear. So when you are so dishonest,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, when they are so, all the time they are so dishonest and require from us to disbelieve our eyes and blindly believe their high priest, and then they come and they tell us how funny it is what we are referring to, what we are seeing, animalities, I don't know how you call it, strange things in the videos. This is the problem with them. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just telling you he wasn't going to be able to respond because I muted him because he was making weird sounds. So that was kind of like at least his third strike, maybe more. But yeah, so yeah, we've got Hot Dog and Ish. I don't know if there's anybody else with a serious question about Flat Earth.
Okay, I have a question. So you know when you look at the sky, right, and there's like the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. So why do they have different? Why do you see different constellations in both, like at the same time, if it's like a flat Earth? Does that make sense? Okay.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense to me that the Earth's flat and you wouldn't see the same sky from both ends or whatever you guys believe in. But if there's a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere, obviously they will have different constellations on both sides. So what's the explanation for that if the Earth's flat? It doesn't really make sense to me.
It's the same reason you can't see the same street lights from the north part to the south part and the south part to the north part.
But they're not the same constellation. Okay.
Yeah, it's not the same street lights. You're looking at the street lights above you. That's the only ones you can see. You can't see the street lights to the north end of your city if you're in the south end. They're outside your field of view.
Yeah, but you do realize, like the way we've been presented with, like, a lot bigger field of views of what we can see, and they all present the Earth as round instead of flat. Like you see cameras going up in the sky and whatnot.
You know when you're out on a boat and like you look out into the distance and the sky touches the water? You know, it's not really doing that, right? It's where your perspective like converges. So like you look down a hallway, the floor comes up, the walls come in, and the ceiling comes down. That's where your horizon is. That's gonna be with you no matter where you go. You go to 120,000 feet, you're gonna see that. You go to 40 feet, you're gonna see that. That's what you're gonna see. I don't know why. Maybe it's because the eyeballs are curved and light enters at an angle, and then you need a lens to flip it around. Probably one of the reasons. But I'm not a biologist, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Yeah, the main thing, Ish, is that whatever you're seeing in the sky doesn't necessitate a globe. So what we focus on are the measurements of the ground and demonstrating how the expected curvature that would be geometrically predicted if we lived on a sphere, you would have a geometric horizon where you would have an edge where you would not be able to see beyond if you were standing on a ball. And that is at a measurable distance that we can show you, if you're interested, the calculations of where that's expected to be.
Yeah, can I see them? I actually do want to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
May I ask Ish?
Yeah. Go on.
About if I can use the same tactic which she is using, because I can see this is the tactic of the Globers, and I will ask you. So you're asking this question with a purpose, or thinking that the goal of this question, or you would achieve with this question the debunking of the flat Earth, right? Because it's okay. To be honest, it's difficult, even though it's easy to answer it by saying what is happening in the sky has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, as Matrix said. But this is the tactic you are using, right? So you have debunked the flat Earth because we have difficulty to explain that, right? Then may I use the same tactic and ask you, how can we see very, very calm and exact circles of star trails when the Earth is rotating around itself, and then it is rotating around the sun, and the sun is shooting into space also, it's rotating also around itself. And all those things are rotating around the center of the galaxy, and the galaxy is rotating about around another part of the universe. I forgot how is it called. So how could you expect from a logical thinking person to conclude that after all these wobbling and rotating and shooting in space, how could we see perfect circles of star trails, or on the equator we would see one straight line and another line bulging to the right and another line. But in all cases, it's not chaotic. But if we were on a rotating Earth, rotating around the sun shooting into space, and rotating around the center of the galaxy, and the galaxy is rotating around the center of the universe, which name I forgot, then this is
so
impossible.
Definitely, yep, all that's impossible.
Yeah. So I could claim,
what I
could
put
claim
on
that
there,
we flat earthers debunked.
Yeah.
We debunked it all. It's all a fairy tale. I agree, Berserker.
Exactly.
So yeah, if we lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles,
okay,
it's demonstrated geometrically that this curvature could be measured, that it would be increasing at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which is what I put one of them is a more detailed chart with a diagram at 18 minutes after the hour, and then and then a little bit after that. It just shows you the predicted curvature at different distances. So at 1 mile, it's 8 inches, and then since the rate that's calculated, they are using the geometry of the sphere is 8 inches per mile squared. Then at 2 miles, it's going to be 2 times 2 is 4, times 2 is 8. At 3 miles, it's going to be 3 times 3 is 9. Times 8 is 72, divided by 12 is 6 feet, and so on. And then you get up to 10 miles, it's 66 feet, 20 miles, 266 feet, and so on. So, many people in here have different observations. They like to talk about the one I would prefer to tell you about because it's the one I've seen with my own eyes many times, is the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. So you see on that chart that at 50 miles, there'd be 1,666 feet of drop. At 60 miles, 2,400 feet of drop. So most of the observations across Lake Michigan of the Chicago skyline are between 50 and 60 miles. It's a common sight in southwest Michigan that you can see the skyline of Chicago across Lake Michigan. This particular image I put in there at 21 minutes after the hour is 52 miles away. So according to the calculations we just told you about, it should have over 1,800 feet of curvature hiding the tallest building completely, and yet we can see the skyline. So that's, our basic argument, and then we just have various different observations. But, the globe, it's a false conjecture, right? So it's a mathematical prediction we're talking about, that if we lived on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles, then there would be a curvature measured at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. And so this kind of conjecture formed in this way only requires one counterexample to disprove the faulty conjecture. So I've got the city of Chicago, which I've seen on numerous occasions, but it only takes one, and we have thousands of them. So basically, we just see too far to be on this globe, because you understand that if you were standing on a ball, objects would be hidden around the curve of this ball. And even though sometimes people who are they either do not have a good understanding of geometry, or they might even be consciously trying to deceive you, or they're just uninformed, they might tell you it's too big, but that's not the case. You would be able to easily measure it. Objects would be obscured, and then there's also the distance of where the horizon would be. You can often see the horizon beyond the point where you would see it if you were on this claimed sphere.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, did you have any questions about that? Did you have any questions about that?
Yeah. No, that's okay, alright. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, as long as you understand the basic argument, that's the main reason why we're here, because it's totally possible, because it happened to me 10 years ago when I first started researching the flat earth. I did not hear about the geometry because some people will tell you everything under the sun, and in the sun and round the sun and the moon, like you want to talk about the stars and all those things. And they'll never get around to telling you, nope, the earth just measures flat. There's no curvature anywhere, and it would be visible if possible. So I feel I will sleep better tonight knowing that Ish has at least heard the argument one time.
Thank you. So what about, pilot support how to...
Ish, you have in the checkbox, in the chat box,
yeah, I'm reading it.
An observation from Mount Canigou at the distance of 259 miles.
Yeah, but you have to realize you're a lot more up there as well, like on a mountain, so you obviously see people far away.
I think 800 feet, the photographer was at 800 feet. Nevertheless, he should not have seen only the top of the mountain. Maybe he should have seen, but you could see the entire mountain at 259 miles. It's incredible.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not possible. It doesn't match the the geometry and the maths which Mary Ma'am showed you with the. I can post the measurements and the curvature again.
Yeah. So, did you have any other questions about the flat Earth?
Nah, no, it's just more like when people, there's pilots and stuff out there. I'm pretty sure. I feel like a lot of people just assume that the Earth's quite round in general. So, like,
yeah, I've got a video for you about 19 pilots who say the Earth is flat. And yeah, we've met many pilots who understand that. Pilots treat the Earth as flat and stationary when they're flying. Just as it appears, they don't account for curvature.
Okay.
Pilots are trained to fly the aircraft. They're not trained to know what the surface of the Earth is.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't really have anything else to say.
Even NASA admits in their documents that the Earth is flat. To calculate the path of airplanes or spacecraft, the mathematicians must assume a non-rotating flat Earth. There are a
That's
lot
just
of
an assumption to make like calculations easier, though. It's not like an actual. That's not them saying that the Earth is flat.
But you have
just
to
the way they
agree.
do their maths.
But you have to agree if you would like to calculate the path or the projectile of let's say intercontinental ballistic missile, you cannot use the geometry of a flat plane if we are indeed living on a spherical. I mean, the surface of the sphere is calculated in a different way than the area. The area of the face of the sphere is calculated with a different formula than the area of a circle on a flat paper. You know what I mean?
Well, then it also depends on like how big the area is. I guess like how big of an area of Earth you're looking at, because it really doesn't make much difference when you compare the two. Is all
when a ballistic missile is traveling half the way of the planet, that is comparably in comparison, that is the half of the face of the sphere. So it's not a little bit anymore. And nevertheless, to tell us all the time that the Earth is too big, but at the same time, boats disappear behind the horizon when they go 3 miles away. Does not make this is double speaking. Excuse me, I'm not trying to be unpolite, but
no, it's fine.
This is double speaking. Yeah.
I think it's more for simplicity more than anything. But if that's how you guys think of it, just being a bit ridiculous,
yeah, like
whatever,
the story of Santa Claus.
It's more what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. It's more what did you say?
For the sake of simplicity, she said.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. It's for the sake of simplicity, for why they do the maths a bit differently, just to make it easier.
That's because it's because it's what works. It's because if they tried to account for curvature, they would crash. I mean, if they were going along and like going down, they would have to keep nosing down to go around the supposed curvature, and they don't do that. So, yeah, it's not just it's reality. Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Well, if anyone else has questions, they should go for it. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, DNM has questions. Go ahead, DNM. I guess he only wants to talk in the chat, in the text. Well, if you want to speak up, feel free.
Dandelion.
Yes.
If Chicago is flat, does that make it a deep dish pizza?
Oh, I wish. Now you're going to make me hungry. There was this amazing Chicago-style pizza place around here that, has been there like since I was a child, and they only closed like I don't know, 3 years ago or so. I was so disappointed. They made the best pizza around. It's hard to find a good pizza place now because everybody, like, you know, because the frozen pizza's gotten so much better that a lot of the good places have closed. But yeah, that's a good one. Oh, Jenna's trying to make me hungrier. She said she grilled some beer brats. Then went over.
Yeah, I hope she grilled enough for everybody. I don't think people really understand the limits of human vision. You know, there's supposed to be billions of stars out there. We can maybe see 1,000 of them. Most people can't see the moons of Jupiter with the naked eye, but a few people can because they actually have good vision. Well, excellent vision.
Yeah, it's pretty weird when people come in and they say, you know, if the earth is flat, why can't you see forever? I mean, I can't believe people still say that, but they do on the regular, like every other day, right?
Yeah, just the correct answer to that one is, can you see the moons of Jupiter with your naked eye? And if they say no, that's because your vision sucks. Because there are people who can see it.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask Ish if she saw the example of documents in the chat box.
Yeah,
And then I also uploaded a video where he shows
The pilot one.
15
The pilot one.
documents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, without title. I will give it a title. Wait a minute. Sorry for interrupting you, Riley. Go ahead.
Go ahead. That's no problem. And it's the same thing. It's like, if you look down a railroad track, a very straight railroad track, it'll appear that the rails converge. They only converge because our vision's terrible. We just cannot see that far clearly. I think the theoretical limit to making out like a 1 meter object is about 5,000 meters. And that's if you have exceptionally good vision. If you have pretty good vision, maybe 2,000 meters. And then you have to explain to people, it's like, well, if I want to see a 1 meter object at 50,000 meters, my eyes would have to have a pupil in it that's 10 centimeters in size.
It's interesting that the tracks don't appear parallel when they really are parallel, though. Right?
Perspective, Matthew. You should have learnt that by now.
So how do we know whether sun rays are parallel or not?
Because I can take 6 steps to the left and see which way they're moving. And which way the lights and shadows and shit are working. Even you've pointed that out before. We can move. Go and move those railway tracks and see how you go.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether if
See, we know they're parallel because we can walk along with a level board, and it sucks that I used to work on the rail and I've had to bring this up. You can walk along with a level board and actually measure the distance across those tracks to make sure they are parallel and the little trains don't fall off. Can you do the same thing with light?
No, the point is that they don't appear parallel even though they really are.
So sunlight's parallel now.
No, I'm saying the railroad tracks don't appear parallel even though they really are because of perspective.
So now he's got perspective, finally.
No, I've always said that.
So why did you bring it up at the start then?
To ask then how do we know whether the same thing is true or not with light rays, crepuscular.
So you're using a false analogy. You know it's not, and it's just perspective.
No, I'm saying it's the same kind of thing. They don't appear
So
parallel.
light rays are parallel. Which one is it, Matthew?
Both the sun rays and the railroad tracks do not appear parallel in our vision, right?
So they're not. Light's divergent.
I'm saying how they appear. They appear non-parallel in our vision.
Why is it, Matthew, whenever people are having a sensible discussion, you seem to just drop in at the right time? Have you got any measured drop over distance yet?
No, I don't think that's possible.
It's not possible because it doesn't exist. That's why it's not possible.
That could be one reason. It's not the only reason.
Well, have you got another reason why it's not possible?
I think it's too hard to measure.
Too hard to measure. So you can't just grab a good old laser, point it across a lake and go, well, shit, there's supposed to be curvature there and we didn't get any.
No, that's a good way to try. However, sometimes laser light doesn't go in a perfectly straight line, so that's what makes it complicated. Okay, I posted a picture of railroad tracks and crepuscular rays. They don't appear parallel.
Yeah, Matrix. That's so difficult, but they can observe the universe and galaxies at 100,000 light years away. Make that shit make sense.
Oh, our vision is not limited by distance, but by the amount of light.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we cannot photograph or see with telescopes the lunar lander on the moon. Yet we can capture images and photos from galaxies 500,000 light years away. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, if you've ever been to an airport and seen planes landing from 10, 20 miles away, you can see the planes landing. But if somebody were holding a flashlight 5 miles away, you wouldn't be able to see it. So it's not just the distance; it's about how bright the light is. So how much light is coming to your eye?
Mm-hmm.
And welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew.
And they tell us that we sound silly. Very funny.
I haven't said that.
Another global said that. And that was not the first global.
So, Matthew, next time one of your Glober mates drops in here and they're talking about parallel light rays from Eratosthenes in his so-called experiment, feel free to drop that image on them.
Yeah, I like that image. It shows that the light rays do not appear parallel.
Gotcha moment.
It also shows that the railroads do not appear parallel.
Correct. However, I think Matrix already answered the question when he said that we can actually measure those railway tracks to be parallel, so we know that they are. So if you're trying to, I know you haven't made a claim here, Matthew, but I feel like you're trying to slip it in here, that therefore the sun rays could also be parallel like those tracks. Well,
Right.
the difference is we can actually measure those tracks. We can't measure the actual light rays. It's just based on the belief of the distance to the sun.
Bingo,
Yeah?
there you go.
So we can't directly measure like we can the tracks to see that these rays are parallel. So it's not really a fallacy that you're committing here, but you're just making an assumption based off an interpretation that you have. So I wouldn't class it as any type of evidence.
Yeah. My point is not to say that they that this picture proves that they are parallel, but this picture suggests that they could be parallel. Not that they are, but that there's a logical possibility that they could be.
Well, I wouldn't say that an assumption based an assumption would be illogical.
Yeah, like you said, we can't measure them, so we don't know whether they are parallel or not. Either of those could be the case.
May I ask Matthew a question? I'm seeing something here. So if Matthew claims that the light from the sun, which they call light rays, even though we know there are no light rays. Okay, if the light from the sun or the light rays are parallel, wouldn't that mean the light of the sun is shooting only in one direction, in which the sun, it's as if the sun was a torchlight? How could the light from the sun be parallel when the sun is sphere? Are you claiming that the sun is not sphere? It's flat?
You're exactly right. The sun, if it really
Yeah, I'm exactly right. The light from the sun could only then be parallel if the sun is flat.
That wasn't going to be the second half of my sentence.
Okay, so the sun is flat too. Okay, thanks.
No, I didn't claim that either.
Yeah, but you claimed that the light from the sun is parallel. And a sphere and light coming out of sphere in all directions could not be parallel. How could that light be parallel if the light is shining in all directions?
Right, as you said, if the sun is a sphere shining light in all directions, then all the light rays go all different directions. But by the time they get to us, they're fairly parallel. I mean, they might be off by at most 0.5 degrees. Just the same as if there's a street light and you're standing 100 meters away.
So if they're parallel, Matthew, why don't we see the sun at its size? Why does it look like a tiny little dot in comparison to its alleged size?
Because
if light rays are running parallel, we'd look up in the sky and there'd just be a wall of fucking sunlight.
Because of the distance, the sun is 0.5.
Exactly, that's what I meant.
The light rays are parallel, Matthew. If they're parallel, we would look up into the sky, and as we pass in front of the sun, it would just be a wall of light. You would look up and see sun because it's so big. The light rays are parallel. If they come off the sun 2 yards apart, they hit us 2 yards apart. It would be, you'd just see this monstrous yellow thing across the sky. That's all you'd see.
Exactly.
That's not my understanding, no.
It's very good formulated. Yep. I will solve the lambs.
Isn't that how it's supposed to be out in space too? Like, there's no atmosphere or gases occluding any of the lights, so when we go into space, shouldn't it just be a blinding light surrounding us?
That's if you believe in that kind of thing.
But the light coming from the sun has a direction. So if you look at the sun, you'll see a light. But if you look a different direction, you won't see a light.
Well, I'm just saying, just on the globe paradigm, should be nothing but light if you go out into space.
Yeah, if you go out, yes, if you go out into space, like if you're halfway between the Earth and the Moon, then all of that space is bathed in the sun's light. But it's a directional light, so you'd see it in one direction, but not the other.
I mean, just not talking about the sun. I mean, light from every star, the amount of stars that they tell us are out in the universe. There should be light coming at us from every direction.
But
Should be baked.
the stars are different distances, so there's different intensities, and some of the stars are so dim that you wouldn't see any light from them.
And why we can't perceive parallax between stars, even between the stars and the moon?
Well, not even
there is a very, very small parallax, but between the stars there are no parallax.
Well, I mean that I'm aware of.
Distances.
Light should be traveling in straight lines. There's nothing to occlude the light. It should reach our eyes, even from infinite distances now.
Yeah, but stars which are 100 times further than other stars should
I mean, they should all
some
be
kind of parallax. Some kind of parallax, like the trees which are further when you are driving with the car than the trees which are closer. The trees which are further are moving slower, and the trees which are closer to your car on the side way, they will pass by like flying.
Well, in the globe paradigm, they just explain it with infinite distances.
Yeah. In the globe paradigm, they only have illogical explanations. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Hey, Veritas. What's up?
Awesome.
Am I up?
Grace, yeah, we can hear you. Killing time.
They say the globe is true, just go to outer space. But
but that's a Sisyphean fallacy, a flawed embrace to prove the earth is round. They say divine the why, but fallacies surround us like stars in the sky. Oh, grow believers, your logic's askew. Understand the fallacy, see what's true. Knowledge and reason, let them be your guide in the search for truth. Let wisdom decide. They say show the flat earth, the picture will suffice, but that's another fallacy, a clever disguise, asking for the proof that they can't provide. It's the Sisyphean task where truth and lies collide. Oh, globe believers, your logic's askew. Understand the fallacy, see what's true. Knowledge and reason, let them be your guide in the search for truth. Let wisdom decide. Identify the fallacies, the flawed, twisted claims. Recognize the patterns, the deceptive games. With logic as our armor, we stand tall and proud. In the battle for truth, we speak clear and loud. Oh, globe believers, your logic's askew. Understand the fallacies, see what's true. Knowledge and reason, let them be your guide in the search for truth. Let wisdom decide. So learn the fallacies, let curiosity ignite. With logic and truth, our future is bright. Test it yourself, you can do the math. For in knowledge and reason, we'll find our true path.
Someone doesn't like knowledge and reason.
That's called the global.
Well, I have one more song for you guys, but then I gotta go sleep.
Nice one. That was made with AI. Great.
Yeah, it was made with AI. I wrote the lyrics, but the AI did the song.
Incredible.
Yeah, here's the last one. This is about the poo-poo fallacy. The last one was about the Sisyphean fallacy, so I'm basically trying to teach the Globers some logic here.
Poo-poo fallacy. Nice.
They call it the poo-poo, dismiss with the wave. Globe believers hand wave, ignore what we gave. Empirical evidence laid out plain. Oh, poo-poo fallacy, a dismissive glance, ignoring the facts without a second chance. Question what they say, don't let it slide. In the search for truth, let logic be your guide. Example set forth, the evidence clear, but they laugh it off, driven by fear. No argument given, just a quick scoff, just like they did with the big call. Oh, poo-poo fallacy, a dismissive glance, ignoring the facts without a second chance. Question what they say, don't let it slide. In the search for truth, let logic be your guide. The fallacies define, it's simple to see, dismissing the argument without scrutiny. No counter evidence, no thoughtful debate, just a hand wave, a scoff, and avoidance of fate. Oh, poo-poo fallacy, a dismissive glance, ignoring the facts without a second chance. Question what they say, don't let it slide. In the search for truth, let logic be your guide. Understand the trick, the fallacy's flaw, it's a way to avoid the things that they saw. Teach the children well, let them see through the haze. With logic and reason, clear the maze. Oh, poo-poo fallacy, a dismissive glance, ignoring the facts without a second chance. Question what they say, don't let it slide. In the search for truth, let logic be your guide.
And that's it. I think I'm going to sleep.
Thanks, Trace.
Thanks, mate. That's music.
Anyway, one of my buddies that I talked to about flat Earth stuff, the Globey, I demonstrated to them that outer space is fake, and they still choose to believe in the globe, which is fine. But I would talk to them about flat Earth like all the time. And I just decided to stop after I asked them. I was like, if NASA told you that they found unicorns in space, would you believe them? They said, yeah. I was like, oh, okay. That's it. It's over. Can't talk to you about this stuff anymore. It's too deep in that globe.
I think what it is too, right? Like, you know, I used to talk to my friends and stuff, and they push me away like nothing, right? They reject anything like I show them, and at some point, I stopped talking to them. I just stopped talking to them about the flat Earth, right? And then now, one of my closest friends, right, he's coming around asking questions, and yeah, I flat smacked the hell out of him. Now he's on board, you know, he still believes in the globe. He's on the edge, you know, on the fence, whatever. But you know, but at least he's not combative like he used to. Like
Oh,
he
that's
really
good.
curious about the topic. Yeah.
No, that's cool. No, I thought this person I was talking to was like on the edge, but damn, after I asked them that stuff and they told me what they would believe in, I was like, oh gosh, there's no point anymore.
Yeah, it's a little tricky, man. It's like I don't understand why, you know, people they just want to blindly believe in the mainstream without, you know, questioning anything. I don't understand why people do that, you know. But then on another hand, like I get it because if they, if they're curious about the topic, it means that they have to investigate. They have to, you know, put efforts and time and learn and unlearn a lot of things, right? So
Yeah,
most
there's a lot
people
of
they
work.
don't want to, man. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
lot of work, man. Yeah.
No, I just gotta remember too, like how defensive I was about it when I was first waking up. Also, so yeah, I get it. They're ripping that fundamental belief from their brains.
And, you know, and that's why nowadays, like I pick and choose who I talk to about this topic. If you're not interested, I'm not gonna waste my time. Yep. If you want to ask a question, yeah, sure, I can show you like certain things, you know, certain flat Earth proof, like long distance observation, black swan, whatever you want to call, laser test. Yeah, sure, I show it to you. But if you don't want to, like, cool, move along. Don't waste my time.
That's a good way to approach it too. That way you don't stay stressed out about it or anything. Good.
And yeah, and also my other friend, he's also a flat earther. Maybe not 24/7 flat earther, right? More like esoteric flat earther. He know that Earth is flat and space is fake and all this stuff, but he goes into like esoteric side a little bit deep, and I just keep with him minimum. That's it.
Oh, you like
Okay,
talking about
you
the
agree
mainstream
that's,
and
that's it, man. I don't need to go into any other crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's all we need. We don't need dragons, Tartaria, giants, ice walls, all that stuff. We're good.
Were you here about a month ago, a month and a half ago? Some kid came in here and he was talking about, oh, are you guys flat earthers? I'm like, yeah, sure. Yeah. Hey, let's talk about the ice wall. I said, bro, I don't want to talk about something I can't verify or validate. You're not a flat earther. You're not a real flat earther. Real flat earther talk about ice wall. I'm like, you stupid ass. Bro, he got mad at me.
You know what the guy's name or no? Because I was gonna say, like, if I was here, man, shit, I don't know if I remember the guy's name or not. There's so many people in and out of this room.
Yeah, they do want to talk about Hyperborea, whatever the, you know, people on the other side, if there's any. Right? I said, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm not going to stop making up shit that I can't validate. Now, I have my own speculation, but I'm not going to sit here and talk about it or spread to, like, you know, like new people and stuff. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even if it was true, we can't validate it. So, sorry, no, we're not talking about ice walls.
Now, before I joined the 24/7, man, I was a, you know, esoteric flat earther myself, right? And yeah, so when I joined the 24/7, I got flat smacked by Chris M and Stasha. That one day, after 2 weeks, you know, I analyzed everything, like, you know, because the first thing that I did was talking about, like, you know, Antarctica and stuff, right? So they flat smacked the hell out of me. So set me straight.
Yeah, there you go. Nice, nice. Yeah, so that's cool. Everybody in here is a flat earther, huh? It's good, man. Nobody's piping up or anything, so that's good. Welcome to Flat Earth, everybody. It's in here.
Have anybody talked to Pony Soldier? Is he a flat earther, or I never talked to that guy before?
I don't know. I mean, he's staying pretty quiet. I feel like he would have chimed in by now with all the fake outer space and the flat Earth measurements and utilization of the Earth being flat. I feel like they would have chimed in by now if they were globy. Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead to bed, y'all. Everybody have a great night. Take care. Stay safe, please.
All right, lads, you take care, bro. Take it easy.
All right, man. Okay, guys. Peace.
Okay, bro.
AJ, you still here? Well, AJ, if you can hear me, how you doing? What's up, T? What's going on? I guess nobody wants to talk in here at the moment, so maybe I can get something started.
What's going on, boys? Hello. I feel so untouched right now.
and reality measures flat. You can try to measure curved. If it's measured curved, then it's a ball, and that's it. It's so simple that you cannot imagine, It's nothing about that stories, on internet. It's just the surface of the earth. It's not curving in reality. And you can check that for yourself. How there is the size.
I'll tell y'all this.
I
Well,
don't
no,
tell
I
you
can't
the
say
last
that, but
there is the size. You can check it. You can check it. You can Google it. You can find it, and then you yourself you can check it in reality. And then for yourself, you will know. Nobody can tell you nothing. I can tell you whatever story I want, but you can check it for yourself. When you check it for yourself, then you will know. That's it.
Okay.
I check it. I'm not lying to you. Other people also check it. Some people check it. XO, I know that he checked it so many times. He has some good pictures on 50 miles. He can give you if you want.
MKBHD, you're funny, bro.
If you want simple, do you know what is topography?
Yes, I've heard that word before, luckily.
Yeah, all that elevation, all that mountains, hills, valleys, and rivers and stuff, All that stuff, it's measured reference to the sea level.
Yeah.
And if you take, let's say UK, and from the north UK to the south of UK, you have big curve. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, you will have it on the sphere, because that's for sure 1,000, 2,000 miles of distance. But you don't have that on the ground. Elevation change only due to the height. Nothing. The base is always zero. Reference to the sea level all around the UK. That sea, it's flat, and all that land, it's above the sea level. And sometimes you have under the sea level, like in Holland. And that's all. And it is true. How it's possible still people believe in this? Why somebody didn't tell? That's true. I don't know why it's like that. I also believed. Everybody still believes because you're programmed from the school. Now it's better because you can see on internet, on computer, like, wow, look at this sphere. But that sphere in reality does not exist. That's the flat earth point.
Why did Tonga get muted? What do you do?
Did you listen what I said, or you are considered about him?
Well, I'm like following, kind of.
Because because you said that you want to know the position.
Yes, sir. Can I go pee real quick? And I'll be right back.
Can you tell me? Okay.
I gotta go pee.
Now, while our other friend's in the bathroom, have a chat with this one. So, MKBHD.
Like my balls.
Oh, that's not very nice. I don't think you're the real MKBHD because he wouldn't have said that.
Why even here, bro? And he also speeds.
So, did you punch into Google Earth Curve Calculator?
Why would I do what you want me to do in that regard?
Because you believe in that.
When you were
I
looking
believe
at
that there's so many other ways of proving the Earth is round.
Why is he
but I
talking? He
don't.
asked me a question and he's still talking. When you were looking at the 28.6 mile laser test, that test was done from 5 feet above the surface of the water. Now, if you jump onto Earth Curve Calculator, and there's a whole pile of them for you to look at, jump onto that, punch in elevation, 5 feet, distance to target, 28.6 miles. And you'll notice that you're probably about 400 and something feet below the so-called curvature of the Earth. Now, if something's hidden behind 400 feet of either Earth or water or something physical, it's somewhat difficult to see. And
I could also
would
refract
agree
from
with
the
that?
water.
Refract from the water?
Yeah,
400
that's something
feet.
I could say. Yeah, I could.
400 feet.
Correct.
Do you even know what refraction is?
It would alter. Its
Yeah, great. Do you even know what refraction is?
Okay, refraction is when when light enters water and therefore changes its path because of its bouncing.
Also, it changes its path because it goes through the water. But in the video, we see the laser direct. It's not going through water.
No, we're not able to see that. We're seeing it on the edge of the water.
No, we're not. We're seeing it directly. Watch the video again.
I mean, I can take a.
It's not going
screenshot
through
of
the
video
water.
right here. It's in front of me. I can take a screenshot of it.
Okay, show pictures showing that we are going through the water. That we are watching through the water. Show that picture.
Right there.
So that to you is going through the water. To me, it looks like that green dot is clearly above the water.
No, that's going through the water.
So what
That's coming
proof
out
have
the
you got
horizon.
that has got
No, that's above the water.
Well, there's no way of.
That's above
Okay,
the
you're
water,
asking me
yeah.
what proof? There's no way of proving it if he didn't have like a sign where you could
Man,
then
be
see the
honest.
laser and be like, hey, this is where the laser is, right?
Be honest, is that going through the water?
Okay, but why couldn't he?
Yes or no?
Sign
Don't
so we
make
could rule it out.
excuses.
Yes.
Is it going through the water?
Yes.
You're a liar.
Yeah, you're mute.
a liar.
And, yeah, that's.
It's going through the water, but you see that right there. That's you being like purposely.
That's not me being purposefully anything. That's you being a liar. Straight out. That's what that is.
The light
You're
is
making
coming out the
excuses
edge of
to
the horizon
disprove
of
a
the
video
water.
that you can't disprove. That's all you've
It's
got
right there.
to
It's
try
in
to
front of me.
disprove it. It's supposed to be 400 feet below that
you
line.
have to
Do you
prove
understand
to
that?
me. You want to prove to me the other thing. It's
You're
not,
the
I'm
one
proving
that
you
lives on a
something.
ball
You're proving
tart.
me something.
You're the one that
You
lives on a
wanna
ball
prove to
tart,
me that you're
and I don't have to prove fuck all because I'm not making a positive claim. And when you learn this, young fellow, you'll be better off. You're claiming the laser is shooting through the water. So, go ahead. Provide for the people on the panel this proof of laser shooting through the water. Other than a green dot sitting above the horizontal line of the water. So you're not doing a very good job. So when we zoom in, that green dot has to be below the surface of the water. And looking at that now, I don't even have to zoom in because it's above. So thank you very much, MKBHD. You've proven nothing. If you'd like to try again, please come back later. Actually, I'll unmute you.
That's stupid to say.
It's in front of you. It's going through the water. It's going through the
Yeah,
horizon.
no, it's not
That's what it's
going
called.
through the water. Stop
It's going
coping.
through the horizon. It's
It's not
going through the horizon.
through a water hill.
Okay, you don't have another video of you proving this? Because you would.
Oh, you'd like another video? Oh, why didn't
Yeah,
you
sure.
ask?
Sure. Let's keep going. Because that one lacked at proving its main point. So I just gave you reasons why.
That one lacked proving its main point. The main point of that is is there's supposed to be over 400 feet of drop. That laser should be 400 feet down. Do you comprehend that?
Not if it. Yeah, not if.
There's supposed to be a ball. Remember, you're on a ball. It's supposed to have curvature. If you're standing at one
but
point
if the lights are
at
refracting,
28.6 miles, if it's refracting, then it wouldn't be coming through the water. You'd see it directly, in which case you've just disproved parallel light rays, and Eratosthenes is now out the window.
when you refract through the water of the horizon, you would see the light.
So
that's what I
that
mean.
means the laser light has to be being shot into the water. That's what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah, it's being shot directly into the horizon of the water. In there.
Excellent. So maybe you should watch the video again and see if they set their lasers up horizontal or anything. No? Maybe.
No, it's not horizontal. It's that because we live in a bowl, and the bowl made the curvature. Whoa!
There is no curvature. You're yet to prove that.
Boom, boom, bitch.
There's not boom anything. You're a fucking idiot.
That's the whole point of the bowl. The curvature is there. Oh my god.
So prove it. Here's a laser test.
I just did.
that's
I just
shot.
showed you the laser test.
You haven't
I
shown
showed
nothing.
you the laser test.
You've shown nothing.
The laser is supposed to be going through the water. If that is true, what is saying is that it's flat, then he would be able to have a.
And talking loud to me is the wrong person to do that to, please. So, if you truly are Marcus, I can assure you now, you wouldn't be this fucking stupid. Right. That silence says enough. So, MKBHD, if you're claiming refraction, you might want to look up the definition of refraction. Okay? If you're not claiming refraction, then you've got a problem if you're still barking refraction at us, because that laser was not shot into the water. It was shot horizontal to the water. That means above it, 5 feet above it. And if you think that that light is coming out of the water, you're either stoned or stupid. I don't know which one you want to take, but I'm happy for you to go for either way. I'm more than happy with that. Every single person that's ever seen that just goes, oh wow. Except for you. And the only thing you've got is Picard refraction, and you don't even know what refraction is.
Who's this?
Yeah, you're gonna need two mediums for that.
Yes, but his claim is it's getting shot through the water.
Yeah, the medium is the camera.
So why? Question: Why would anyone who's doing a laser test? Why does he even fucking insist on talking through people? He's a rude little prick. Anyways, why would anyone who's got a device that shoots a straight beam of light, in all of their fucking stupidity, whilst they're out there trying to prove that something is flat, why would they then point said straight line device into the fucking ground? What would be the thinking there? MK? Seriously.
If I can fake the light, then I don't have to worry about it.
You can fake the light. You're telling me you've got
If
nothing.
I can fake the light looking straight, then I mean I did my job. If I don't have to
Also
show you
behind
the
400
laser,
feet of curvature.
wait. So you get to cut me off, and
Also
and I don't get to cut you
behind
off?
400 feet of curvature.
All right, dude.
So you've got nothing. You've just realised, haven't you? Good boy. So, try again, please.
Where's the laser's pointer? I want to see it.
Hey, I got a question for
In the video, there's no laser pointer the whole time. I want to see it. Where's the pointer? I want to see it on the ground. Show me it. No, that's it. The camera picking it up. I want to see it on the ground. I want to see it on a tree. I want to see it on a board. You can prove that.
Sorry, stop talking.
Do it.
You didn't watch the video?
I did. It's not there. It's
No,
only the
you
camera.
openly
picking it up.
admitted to scrubbing through it.
So, when he's like claiming refraction,
responded.
because he's arguing from ignorance, are you saying that that this laser is refracting to follow the curve of this the curve of Earth?
No, I'm saying that you could easily fake it by aiming it down and then making it look like it's above the horizon.
Okay.
What?
That video doesn't hold. I'd like to see a better video.
Okay. So what evidence did
I'd like to see a peer-reviewed evidence. Yeah, I'd like to see.
Okay, what peer-reviewed evidence have you got that says that the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared?
Oh, I don't have to prove that. Why do you have to prove to me that the Earth is flat?
No, it's your claim. So everything.
No, I didn't make a claim. I didn't make a claim. You guys are trying to prove to me. I responded to you guys. I just responded to whatever evidence you're putting.
You're correct. You are not
3 times I've tried to talk.
You have to. No, I don't have. Whatever. What do I prove?
But you just did it again. So it's 4 times now. You've
lack
spoken
of
over
a flat Earth.
That's 5 times you've spoken over the top of me now.
He's spoken over you once.
So can I speak now? Is that all right with you? Because I'm going to explain why it's yours why it's your claim, right? Do you experience any day when you walk outside any of the time that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, every day.
Okay, in what way?
By walking. I feel it on my shoes. I feel the bent.
Since this guy's an obvious troll, there was someone else piped up and said they had a question.
I mean,
yeah, I just thought about something.
Yeah, get out of here, dude. Fuck.
He feels the curve under his shoes.
Actually, let me look it up.
Everybody can troll. Yeah.
Go for it, man.
Oh, that's funny.
Hold on. I'm going to shopping real quick. Oh, these are kind of expensive. So, y'all know those super telescopes that the motherfuckers be using to look at the stars and shit?
Yeah.
Like the super duper ones?
Yeah.
Have
the
any
ones
of y'all
that
tried like
ones that are connected to computers, or
I don't know how telescopes work. I just know like they are good ones that can go super far, you know, look at the stars and shit.
Yeah. What about them?
So like, could one of y'all like get one of those really good telescopes and like just point it down and see if y'all can see any major features? Because like I feel like if the Earth's flat, you'll be able to see.
They're not really made for terrestrial.
Shit,
yeah.
Go out and invent it. Shit, you'll make money. That's a little Shark Tank idea. Throw that out there.
What? Invent a telescope?
Yeah, but more for land instead of the stars, so you can. Yeah.
They do have them, but the ones that you were talking about, those super duper ones, they're not made for land, but they make them for land.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying like, shit. Start inventing one that's made for land. That's as powerful.
They've already got one.
I get you some proof. That's tough.
I told you they already make them.
Well, I mean, like, if I'm in the U.S., right, I got a world's powerful land telescope. I should be able to see the fucking mountains. India, I should be able to see Mount Everest.
They've got really powerful ones. It's just when you get a certain distance through the air, you can't see any further. Telescopes don't like clear your vision and go through like haze and stuff like that. They just increase what can be seen, right? They make it bigger. Yeah.
I don't know. This is the idea I had. Get you some more evidence on that.
So you'd be thinking about infrared then, yeah?
Like if you could track a person's heat signature,
No.
Like those,
well, there's infrared telescopes that take the haze out of the atmosphere, and we can see further with those. All these technologies, it's all being used at the moment. It's just that you've never looked into it. That's why you're saying, you could go and invent something. But all this stuff's already been done.
None of it proves the globe either.
Yeah, the opposite. Like, this is not new. These things that you're saying aren't new. Like, you didn't come up with any of this.
I'm just throwing ideas out, you know. My flat earth
Yeah,
brethren,
I know
you know?
that. Yeah, well, that shows me that you've never looked at this topic ever before.
That is so true.
Yeah, I know.
That is 100 million% true. Yeah, my fault.
Yeah. And that's okay, man. Like, why would anyone look at it, really? Right?
That is also true.
Yeah, everyone knows. Everyone's been told from birth that the Earth's a ball. Why would they believe anything else? Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. Until you start looking at it.
See, there's things that applies to 100%.
How would you know if you've never looked at this topic before?
Well, no, I'm saying for different topics. Like, people are told
But
stuff at
you were
birth,
about to
they
say
believe it,
but.
but it's not
You were
true.
about to say but.
No, I'm not going to say but. I'm saying that shit applies to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
100%.
Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy.
No, I'm talking about like real shit. Like, people believe in shit that's not real. Like, they're getting lied to. That shit 100% exists, in my opinion.
Oh, of course, yeah. When has the government ever been truthful? I'm sure there's some instances where they're truthful when it suits them, but you know, in other instances, not the case. You'd have to agree with me on that one, wouldn't you?
I'm trying to think of a sentence. I don't want to say anything. Do you think that if the Earth is flat, the whole, like, every government is on the same page about it?
Like Azerbaijan government, Nigerian government,
like every country on this earth.
Yeah,
knows that the Earth is flat.
I'm listing Mozambique, Egypt government, Poland government, Peru government, all of them. Like my government, who has no space agency. Peru government, they don't have a space agency. Nigerian government, they don't have a space agency. Like 100 countries, they don't have space agencies. Where they get the information about the space?
My bad. I unplugged my mic. Can you repeat what you said for the last 5 seconds?
Okay. There is at least 100 countries, they don't have space agencies. How they get information about the space?
A couple countries, Mozambique and somewhere else. They don't have space agencies?
No. Who has a space agency? Name who has a space agency.
Yeah. That it easier.
Yeah. No, I can't hear him if he's talking.
Name who has a space agency. What happened? Did he flip out?
I think.
Yeah.
There is. He's fighting with the.
Fighting with the space agent.
Damn. Okay. Something.
They're onto you, bro.
Something must have happened. What the fudge?
We can hear you, man.
Who has space agencies?
USA, Russia, Israel, India, China. Can somebody help?
Hello?
That's about it, man. Because Australia has one, but all as we do is donate to NASA.
That means 5 governments. Why 5 governments, all governments in the world will lie? Why 5 all? We have 5 governments in the world.
Okay, I'm back now. My bad.
Okay, how many space agencies we have in the world?
I have no idea. Probably a lot.
5 to 6, maybe 7. Let's say. I will give you 7.
Okay.
I would say 5.
Okay, 5. 5 governments lying. Is that all governments is lying?
Well, I'm asking you. So,
my question is: will 5 governments? No, the question, if you want to answer honestly, 5 governments are lying. Is it that all governments are lying?
So every country in tandem is aware that the Earth is flat, and they're intentionally lying about it being the globe.
Every country is getting information from where?
I'm asking you. I'm just trying to get a broad.
Every country getting space information from where? From their governments or from other source?
But for someone who's supposed to be so smart, you don't follow along too well, do you?
Oh, I never claimed to be smart. I'm dumb as shit. Especially when it comes to this stuff, I've never dived into it. So don't confuse me with being smart. That's probably one of y'all. Shit.
Then ask the correct question. You come to some new places and you ask why all governments would lie, and you didn't even hear that.
Well, I didn't ask that. I'm saying, do you think that every government is on the same page? They know the Earth is flat, but they're intentionally lying to everybody.
So you didn't listen to a word. You didn't listen to a word he said, then, did you?
We can repeat.
And again, for the 3rd time.
Well, he said that he's saying that those countries are getting their information from the space agencies.
Yeah. Russia, China, USA, Israel, and India.
Okay, so countries that aren't those countries
So
are
not
just
my government. You understand? Not
naive. So all those countries that aren't involved in those space agencies are just naive, and they have to blindly trust the people who have access to go into space.
Yeah, well, they don't have the technology to do it, do they?
Sorry?
Did any government control them? Is that true? Did any government send, let's say, Croatian government send some kind of control to NASA and say, if they are you giving us the wrong or correct information? No, they are believing that information like you believe.
Was that a question, or was I'm not really?
The information you're getting from NASA, almost 90% information. Let's say not because you have China, but 90% of information gets from NASA. All of us. But NASA would never lie. Everybody knows that. It is the only company in the world, for example, Nestle, Coca-Cola, Nike, they would lie for something, corruption or something. But NASA never, ever, ever. That's not possible. Because, humanity, everything. But listen, this reason, if they are not lying, for example, if they don't have a reason that governments, that mean that water curves in reality.
Right. So from what I've seen in my life, I've just seen some videos of like NASA faking hella shit, trying to look cool, like, oh yeah, we're in space doing this, but like people are like, oh yeah, they're not really in space. I've seen that. It makes them untrustworthy, but in terms of like them controlling everyone and everything, I mean,
that's not why. That's icing on the cake, but there's another reason why we know that they're full of shit.
Okay, what is it?
Well, they claim.
Well, also, I'm not like I know nothing about NASA. Like, I never dealt with them.
Yeah, okay.
Who is controlling the space?
I don't know.
Croatia, Peru, Germany.
How do you have space? Anyway.
Yeah. Don't. It's a bit maybe too much for today.
The simple question is, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
That was for you, Nipple.
How does what have what without what?
You don't listen too well, do you?
I'm waiting for one of y'all to speak. I mean, if you ask me a question that you know I don't know the answer to, I don't know what you want me to say.
Do you have T-Dub muted?
Sorry?
Do you have T-Dub muted?
No, I have no one muted.
Okay.
Well, if you're asking me a question to explain something, I won't be able to explain it. So I'm just, I'm more of a listener.
We're not really asking you to explain it. We're asking you to ask questions. Like all this stuff about space, right? So how do you have gas pressure?
I would ask, is there any divide within the flat Earth community? Like, so what is the structure of Earth if it's not a globe? And do y'all all have a perfect consensus on it?
All of us are all different.
Okay. So how do you know you're the one that's right, or maybe the other person? Who knows who's right and why?
We all have one thing in common.
Yeah, that I told you.
He didn't listen though, Sasha.
I told you you wanted to find out their position, and I wanted to tell you there is one main point, and that's it. And because of that,
flat. So as long as you think the Earth is flat, other parameters, you can get away with it. But as long as you think it's flat, you're green.
Listen to this question: if a surface is flat, how you will call that surface?
If the surface is flat, how do you call the surface?
Yeah,
it's just a flat surface. Simple as that, bro.
That's why the flat earthers are flat earthers. They measure the flat surface and say, this is the flat surface. This is not the spherical curve.
What are the things y'all disagree on then?
There is nothing to disagree. Agree. There is a reality.
Well, I asked Timbo. He said there was some stuff they all are on the same page or on structure-wise.
Well, no, structure-wise. I don't know about structure-wise.
Or just anything. Some
people...
Does every flat earther have the same image of Earth and boom?
We don't have an image of Earth.
Except for the one you experience when you go outside. Everybody shares that. You and I share that.
Okay, so just what you see with your eyeballs, that's the truth. Boom, bam, bop.
Yep, you don't need to imagine anything.
Right. So I respect that, because before then, I think that's 100% respectable. Now, I don't have the power to show you guys that the Earth is a globe, but if I did, I would, but I can't. No.
That's fine, man. We've tried. I've tried looking for it for a very long time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I have an avenue for you to do it, but it's just extremely long, lengthy, and it's gonna.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. This is not worth it.
Yeah, you got a screen. You get some data back from things you call satellites, and then you say, well, satellites can only work on a globe, so therefore we have satellites, therefore it must be a globe, right?
Well, no, sir. I'm just saying that there's avenues for you to go. It's just you don't have to. It's really long. It's not necessary, and it's not the main point. If you're trying to get a job,
man, let's
just to see if the Earth is flat, and just like I wouldn't hire you because you're a waste of a slot. I want an employee that actually wants to work.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to work for you anyway, man. I got heaps of employees.
Not me. I'm just saying, if I was one of these space companies, if I'm going to NASA trying to interview, hey, I just want to see if the Earth is flat. You probably,
Of course.
Well, who in their right mind would do that?
I don't expect even teacher to say that Earth is flat. No one from teacher, even if he realized that Earth is flat, I don't expect from teacher to say in school, "Oh, I realize the Earth is flat." No, he will keep his job. He is not so stupid to say there. But for yourself, you can realize that if you want, in which world we are living. It's a little bit scary, but yeah. At the end, you know that it doesn't change anything. You know, when you come, it doesn't change anything. Flat globe, you know. So you don't need to be scared.
You hitting the wall, man.
What happened, Miss Jenna?
But you're young, you know. He thinks that we were born like a flat earthers, you know. Yeah, we were more global than you have age, you know. I was more global. I have more
hot mic channel.
I have more global heliocentric experience than you have age. You understand?
Sorry, your accent.
I was global.
Your accent's kind of getting heavy.
I was a global for 44 years. Okay? And now somebody needs to convince me that Earth is a globe after 44 years. Nah, there is a reality.
You know, let me ask you a question, a genuine question. Like, listen, please don't argue. If I was doing what I was doing now, that the Earth was flat, what would stop me from coming on here and agreeing with everything you guys are saying?
Say it again.
What was that weird question?
I'm working what I work. I've seen it with my own eyes. But if I had seen that the Earth was flat,
no, you haven't seen it with your own eyes.
If I had, let's say if I did, I seen it. Like, oh, shit's flat as fuck. We've been lied to. Why wouldn't I or someone else have gone out and told you guys that? I easily could have been like, oh yeah, you guys are onto something.
We're already telling you that.
Okay. I think you're missing the point.
You need somebody else. You need somebody else. You need somebody else to tell you, right? Not us.
Yeah, but
I think you're missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm saying if I had a revelation that the Earth was flat, I would be like, oh yeah, you guys are kind of onto something. I can't say it, but like you guys are kind of, but like it's just. I would have no problem doing that, but it's just not the case.
It sounds like you're having a meltdown today.
Yes.
Meltdown? Why?
Yeah, you're definitely in a spiral. We can hear it.
What does that mean? Explain to me what happened to me today. I just was chilling on Discord, buddy.
You were flat smacked and now you don't know what to do. Now you're sitting there giggling and you don't know how to handle it.
Making weird statements like if I was a NASA.
Oh no, you guys missed it.
I wouldn't hire you guys.
This man is privy to secret information that he cannot share with us about Earth.
Really, none of the shit is interesting at all. Like,
not this giggling baboon. He has nothing to hide. He doesn't know any secrets. He's almost at evolution lower monkey level now.
No, it's classified information, right? When you don't get it.
Yeah, there's nobody's giving him any secrets besides there's a birthday party. Don't tell anybody.
He's got special clearance, but he can't tell us at all.
It's not special at all. I mean, probably hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S. who have one.
You have no clearance for anything. You're the giggler. We're gonna call you Giggles. Change your name to Mr. Giggles.
Okay. She's just being rude to me. I'm not gonna entertain it.
What level of clearance do you have?
The highest level, SITK.
The highest level.
Yes, SITK. Yeah. The highest. Well, not the the highest written one, and then the ones above that one are the ones you have to be sworn into. But
Is that
Sounds
Flat
like
Earth
full of shit.
Ranger?
Holy shit. Yes, that's top.
What's
It
up,
is.
buddy?
What's going on? I believe this guy's full of shit.
He's
I also
he is
believe
full.
this guy is
He doesn't. He can't even tell you what he's got clearance for. He doesn't even know what he has clearance for. If you have clearance for the KFC recipe, are you the keeper of the KFC recipe?
He's next in line for presidency.
So earlier, Flat Earth Ranger, when I asked this guy what his nomenclature of his MOS is, he had no clue what the hell that meant.
So he's definitely full of shits if he doesn't know what his job
That's
was.
the first time anyone's ever asked me what's the nomenclature of your that's just nerd shit. I've never been asked that.
Yeah, so he's full of shit. He wasn't in the armed forces.
That's what I'm saying. And I knew, I know that you're a ranger, so like you would know.
Was he at a ranger bat or did he go to ranger school and get his scroll?
My husband was an Army Ranger.
I'm just asking, was he a ranger bat or what?
Sounds like he's being exposed and he can't help but talk through you, so I barely heard what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk through me all you want, but I mean, my husband was an Army Ranger. You've got FE Ranger in here right now, who is absolutely also in the military. And the fact that you posture up, right, the way you do, saying you have special clearance and this and that, military this and that, but you don't know what the nomenclature of your MOS is, sir?
What branch of service you were in, Nipple Torque?
I'm in the Army.
Dude. No, you weren't. You didn't know what
He's
an
definitely a liar. If he was in the Army, he doesn't know what MOS means. MOS.
I know what my MOS is. I read out the description of the MOS.
Yeah, he's just a liar, then.
How do you... It would be so easy for me to disprove you. It's not even, Sorry.
He's the guy in the movie The Mist, when they're all stuck in the supermarket and they finally ask, what's going on at that base? And he has to tell them, all right, we were doing secret experiments.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's full of shit. He's a LARPer.
Hold on. What is a LARPer? What is that?
You're a live action role playing being in the military.
Right.
Yep.
So
that's stolen valor shit right there, bud.
So question. It's a question. Well, if I had camera perms, bro, that shit would be so easy. I'll just whip my OCPs out and just show you them. Don't got camera perms. What else to do?
And a bunch of words.
You want a picture of my
MOS is, so you're full of shit.
I know what my MOS is. You want a picture of my cat? You want pictures of me in uniform, videos of me going to the range? You want me? Like,
anybody
I don't gotta prove to you that I'm in the military, my boy. It's just kind of weird.
A live photo with a DD-214. Then
I will,
clear it up.
buddy. I got my CAC reader right next to me. I can pull up my LES, my IPSA, everything, bro.
Yeah, I can steal all
it's
that.
It's not that hard. What?
Why would you have a CAC reader with you at work right now?
Yeah,
no, I got it. I got it at home. What you mean? You can buy a CAC reader at the PX, my boy. If you know what a PX, you know what that is, my boy.
Yeah. Like typically, you put your CAC instead of a reader when you log into like NipperNet.
Yes. So to get into IPSA, to get into MyPay and IPSA, you have to have a CAC reader. So I just bought one.
Dude sounds like stolen valor to me.
1,000%.
I called him out on it earlier.
How is it stolen valor?
Like,
Yo, the guys are mine. Give me camera perms right now. I don't have camera perms. If I had camera perms, I would flip my shit on, show you my OCPs. Got hella pictures of me in uniform every single day.
He could be like a cadet or something.
It's like,
he's lying about all this clearance garbage.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
you might just know somebody who was in the military or is in the military, maybe.
Maybe. Okay. Yo, get him out of here. Give me camera perms. I'll disprove everything. It's really not that.
No, we don't want to see your private part.
It's tough. Oh, actually, pause. I have streaming perms. I can pull up my IPSA. Actually, I can do it right now. I can pull up and stream.
Just be careful. Don't go doxing yourself or anything.
No, it won't have anything on there. That's not public.
We don't care either. I mean, that's not.
What'd you say? Well, no, actually, on my IPSA, it'll show my player's level on it as well.
This doesn't do anything for you, dude. Like,
I'm sitting there calling me a liar, so it's kind of like,
But this flex doesn't do anything.
Does it matter?
No, it doesn't matter. Like, that's the weird thing. This flex doesn't do anything for your credibility.
Yeah, you're right. Loki, you're right, though. Not gonna lie. That's facts. But I do want to check my shit, though, just in case.
I mean, like,
we just want information, yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, all we got is a story, right?
Yeah.
Some stranger
We
on
don't
the
have
internet.
any
Trust me,
information.
bro.
Yeah.
That is...
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. It is. Trust me, I've seen the globe. That's what you said.
I got a question for Nipples. Nipples still here?
What's up?
Where'd you go to basic
What's up,
training?
I went to Fort Sill in Oklahoma.
At least we know he
Shit was
wasn't.
weird as fuck. No, I was not infantry. I'm a 35 Sierra, like I said, that's my MOS. Yeah, look it up. I said it 30, yeah, Pogue. That's what my dad calls me. He was 11 Bravo. He makes fun of me for
Your
that.
dad was in the military then. Okay, we got it.
Yeah,
We got it.
well, I'm currently serving as well.
Yeah, that's where he's picking up some of the jargon.
No doubt.
I'm just...
Yeah, so where'd you go to AIT? Uh-oh.
Hello? Yeah, I went to IT in Fort Goodfellow in San Angelo, Texas. Was pretty late as well.
How do you know the Earth's a globe?
Okay, buddy.
Because he's in the army. That's how.
Sure. Makes sense. Well, anyone else is free to pitch in. I don't know what you guys are all like. Yeah. Someone else can get their thoughts. Any flat earthers, any globers, you know.
M-I. Who's that? Whack 10. You there?
Yep.
Yo, what's up?
Not much.
Not much. You believe the Earth's a globe?
Oh, there we go.
I accept that. I accept that fact, of course.
Fact? When did it become a fact?
Since always.
Since always?
Since the formation of the Earth, yeah. Indeed, in the side chat, we have the United States government admitting that the Earth is round and spins.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
So, government
The U.S. Marine Artillery Manual the Rangers admitting it in their sniper stuff, and Lapua even admits it.
Oh, cool. So the government always tells the truth.
Oh, there you go.
Did you say?
We even have leaked top secret documents that prove it as well.
Awesome.
So based.
So
Geosynchronous orbit satellites. Very based.
So the government always tells the truth.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
What, you think they're going to be lying about how they conduct artillery operations or long-range shooting?
Yeah, they're completely transparent about their trade secrets. They really share it with the enemy, right?
Yes, it's trade secrets for long-range shooting and artillery strikes. Every nation on Earth knows
Flat Earth Ranger.
Yep.
Actually, do you want me to DM you, or I'll just say it in chat?
Why do you
I don't want to interrupt everybody.
While he's interrupting. So long-range artillery.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And sniper? Yep.
Present it. Present it.
There we go.
Is it there?
What the hell? What the hell?
Had to water my plants. What I miss?
Is he gone? What happened to him?
I tagged you in chat. They were talking.
Whack 10.
I read. They fucked up my hype.
What?
Did you post your long-range artillery? Okay.
Yep, down the side shop.
Whereabouts?
Banging Wayne calls on my phone. Conversation wasn't that long. Gets me a flight to Houston in the morning. Oh, it's my time. Yeah, it's on. He's thinking inside of me. I come home. We make a mixtape.
Yeah, look enough of that.
For that thing.
Yeah, what part of it? Which part of it, dude? Why are you being so elusive?
Wow. They fucked me over, bruh.
Whack
They got me listed as 5'11", bruh.
Yeah, they're talking to the other dude.
Whack 10.
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah, where have you
It's right
posted
down
it?
the screenshots and the citations with them.
Where?
Are you stupid?
Like, what do you
Just
want me
tell him, give him a timestamp, bro. What do you mean? Is he stupid? He's asking you a very specific
The
question. Where did you post it?
screenshots of the documents are there with the documents, dickhead.
Okay,
Oh my God.
go. Present.
Quote, curvature of Earth. This is for the first one. The offset of the tangent to the curve as a result of the curvature of the Earth and refraction combined. The divergence of plane surface from the surface of the Earth. That's the first screenshot. And I think that one is for the artillery one. It corresponds. Shut the fuck up.
What's that saying?
The next
That
one.
looks like a kid drew that stuff. You sure that's from classified documents?
Oh, it's this fucking pedophile pressure. Yeah, no, it's also not. It's from an unclassified military manual.
You sound like you've never been outside before, mate.
I would bury you if I'm.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Bury me. What? In your soft toys? You fucking faggot.
Yes.
Oh man.
tough. Salvation Army. That's actually kind of funny. That's funny. Hey, but don't sleep on the Salvation Army. They got some drip. All right. You need some. You know what I'm saying?
Looks like about four new people just popped in.
Don't worry, one will leave.
Hey, this guy that can barely speak English, he's supposed to be in, hidden secrets. He's supposed to have some kind of top level clearance, and he can't even speak English.
Yeah, so right now, so here's the thing, right? I would upload this fucking screenshot. The only thing is, it has my parents' address on it, and I can't do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
But it has my
black it out.
So not only are you a secret agent, you also live with your mom and dad.
No,
crazy work.
It's my home record, so my home record is back home. I'm living, obviously, out of state from there, but this has everything on it. My clearance level, every single base I've been to, my entry level AIT, my fucking rank, promotable status, everything on there. So if y'all want to see it, I'll show it to you. I just gotta make out my parents' address and I'll fucking upload that shit.
What's your rank?
They don't let you speak like that in the military, dude. They don't let you say.
Well, obviously, I don't talk like this at work.
Anyway, they don't let you talk like that. They don't let you talk like that. I'm sorry.
I mean, he just got in. He's probably just for first 30 days.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to hit 2 years in September.
How many deployments?
0. My unit is a non-deployable status.
Yeah, Pogue. I forgot. Pogue. Yeah.
Exactly. You understand? Have you served, Mr. Flat Earth Ranger?
Yes.
He doesn't listen.
Okay, so you understand
he
it.
never listens.
How do you think I'm still stealing valor? You should know. I know. You know. You should know. I'm in there a little bit at least.
You haven't convinced me. If anything, you might be a Pogue.
Yes, I'm not a living Bravo.
He's reading his dad's documents.
Right.
Busted.
In 3 years, I've been in Iraq and Afghanistan twice.
Good for you, buddy. I respect the fact that you did that, or that you were on rotation and you were able to go.
Yes, I can't relate to your activities.
Let me see.
Flat earthers are silly. Are you out at work today?
Yeah, I'm driving to my first job right now.
What are you measuring up today?
Huh?
What are you measuring up today?
Today I have to do a survey for permits, I have to do a stakeout, and then I have to do a foundation stakeout.
What time does the guy get there that reads the theodolite?
Yeah, I work by myself, you know this. I don't know why you have to go to that every single time.
I'm broke as fuck, bro.
Pick your hot mic and nipple torque. You said, I think I'm broke as fuck or something.
I'm looking at my LES, man. That shit's looking dry as fuck.
And you were offering me a job before. Maybe I should offer you a job.
You would jump? Sorry?
Sorry, man. You never listen. Don't worry about it.
Well, your mic sounds terrible, so I can't really hear you.
Mine does.
It's like hella echoey right now. Maybe you gotta plug it back in.
Oh. Hey, flat earthers are silly. Have you ever tried measuring anything with camels?
With chains?
Camels. Eratosthenes did it.
I think NASA measure the size of meteors and asteroids in camels sometimes.
Giraffes. 14 giraffes was one of them at one time. It was 14 giraffes.
It's funny. And what do they mean by 14 giraffes? Like all stacked together like a jigsaw puzzle, or them all sitting on top of each other, neck to neck?
I think they mean you put them in a blender and then pour them into a tub, and it's that size.
Why not just compare it by tub size?
You'll have to ask
I don't. You're going to have to ask NASA why they use dumb, retarded shit in their statements, not me. We have a meteorite coming that's the size of 53 chimpanzees.
Did they say what size these chimpanzees are? I just want to know, so when next lot of insurance comes through, I can say, well, it's pretty big.
Standard size, the regular size.
All right, so just the normal insurance quote then. Good, thank you.
Yep, normal size, regular.
Yeah, like a fifth the size of a giraffe. Like 5 chimpanzees to 1 giraffe.
You've never seen a giraffe, have you?
Yeah. You see lots of things when you go outside your basement.
How often does your mom let you go outside?
You should try it. No, I'm just saying you should try it. You know, just every now and then, just get out from them.
What about someone like me who travels all over the country for work?
Good for you, man.
Like, outside is my jam, and I've been up on the damn near the top Pikes Peak in Colorado at an elevation of 14,020 feet, looking off this mountain like, holy shit, I can see so much.
That's cool.
But I never, I don't ever see an Earth curve,
Yeah, that's not that high up. I hiked up the Aspen Highlands, though. You know how you have to take like this, like you go up to the top of the mountain, then you take the snowcat up, and then you can climb up to get to the bowls. That was a lot of fun. Freaking, you got like the rope that you're hanging onto while like you're climbing up the thing, because like one side's the bowls that you can snowboard down, and the other's the back of the mountain. Just like basically like 80 degrees sheer drop. A lot of fun.
Do you recall ever looking off the side of that thing and seeing Earth curve, or looking off the side of it and thinking, wow, I can see a whole lot?
I mean, I did see a horizon, so yeah, I kind of did see a curve.
Oh yes, but did you really see a curve though, or did you?
Yeah, the horizon.
Or like the initial thought really for like most people is like, wow, I can see so much from up here, right? Like that's
what he's saying is when he sees the horizon, he sees the edge of a ball.
No, not the edge of a ball. That would be silly. That's a silly thing to say.
Well, then if you saw the horizon, you saw a horizontal line.
No, it appears horizontal to me, but it's not actually horizontal.
Yeah, that's what you saw. That's what everybody sees. You look
Do you
out
let people that you work with hear you say that horizontal isn't horizontal?
That's crazy, dude. That's like so backwards.
Did I say horizontal wasn't horizontal, or did I say the horizon wasn't horizontal?
That's basically what you might as well be arguing. Right?
Yeah, I want to hear you get around a group of other people you work with and tell them that horizontal is curved. I want to see what they would say.
I never would say that. That'd be a silly thing to say.
So
Yeah,
horizontal is not curved.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
and the horizon is not horizontal.
Yes,
Yeah, the
that's the same
horizon is
thing.
horizontal.
No, they're not the same thing. Only
Yeah,
a silly
they
person
are.
would say such a thing.
So wait. Quick question, just to clarify. Yes or no? Is the horizon horizontal?
No, it appears horizontal.
No? No. No. Appears horizontal. So what is horizontal then?
Horizontal means for infinity, that line will never curve.
So
That's not what horizontal means, bro.
No,
again.
horizontal.
Try again.
Try again.
Well, yeah, actually,
Horizontal
I mean,
is-
the line doesn't have to go on. Yeah, the line doesn't have to go on for infinity. That was incorrect. That was a silly thing for me
Just
to
give
say.
the fucking definition, bro. What
so,
does
yeah,
horizontal mean?
Well,
definition of
usually
horizontal.
it's perpendicular from vertical, and also flat and level.
Parallel with the
90 degrees.
Parallel with what?
Actually, does horizontal even need to technically be flat?
Is horizontal?
I gotta look into that. I'm not actually sure about that. Does horizontal actually need to be flat, or does it just have to be the opposite?
No, if horizontal can be on a 45 degree, you are almost basically retarded.
Horizontal is just it doesn't have to be flat. Because you can have like a horizontal circle, right?
So when you look out at the horizon, right?
Can you have a horizontal
the definition?
circle?
Wait. You know what the definition of horizon is? It's the horizontal line where the earth and the sky appear to meet. Yeah, you're fucked.
And horizontal is also defined as being parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, really.
Hey. Horizontal is also... bro, shush. Horizontal is also defined as being parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Bingo.
Okay. Can you just Google real quick? Like, it seems like you're Googling. Can horizontal be a circle? Can you have a circle, like a horizontal circle?
Can I take a flat plate? Can I take a flat plate, cut a circle out of it, and level it? Yes.
Yep.
I'm just actually like you can have a horizontal.
I just answered you.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
The
I
guy that's
did.
Googling.
I can go to work, take a piece of steel, cut a circle out of it, a 4-foot diameter circle, and level that thing and grind it till it's within 5 millionths of an inch.
Okay, so you can have horizontal curves. Okay.
You can
How
have
is that a horizontal curve?
on a flat plane.
Does this dude mentally challenged?
You're going to lose your job, dude, if people hear you talking.
No, probably not. If you have a horizontal circle,
dude, you're confused what horizontal is. They're not going to let you keep your job. I'm telling you.
I'm just asking just a very simple question. If you can have a horizontal circle.
Now you can have.
I don't know why you're scared.
You can have a circular-shaped object which is oriented horizontally, right?
Okay, so horizons don't need to be straight lines. Okay.
Right. So what's the definition of horizon?
I guess it would. I mean, on Earth, it's just the basically
on Earth, like
the limit that you can see. Usually,
Jupiter?
like at water's edge. Yeah, well, that's like Earth's horizon, and then you can have like Jupiter's horizon. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! Oh my god! It doesn't matter what fucking planet you're on, bud. Right? This is ridiculous.
I don't know why you brought up Jupiter. I don't know. That was a silly thing to bring up. It's a very silly thing to bring up other planets if you don't want to talk about other planets.
Well, the fact that you're like on Earth, right? You were like on Earth, horizon, on Earth. Yes, on Earth. That's where we're at, dummy.
Yeah, I know. So then, why'd you bring up Jupiter?
Because I was being facetious.
Okay, so like I don't know why you're getting mad at me about talking about other planets when you
Yeah, all right.
the one that
I
brought
know
up
you.
other
I know you
planets.
feel like I know you feel like you found your out. But what's the definition of horizon?
I already told you that.
No, you didn't. What's the definition of
have.
horizon?
Those listening skills aren't the best.
What is
You want me? All right,
the
I'll tell you again.
definition
It's,
of horizon? You're not going to say it.
usually
You're
it's
not
like
going to do it.
yeah. So like on a clear day, it's like basically where the Earth meets the sky, and it's usually a very clear line. So usually
Is he
on the
describing it or giving a
usually
definition like you asked for?
Yeah, he's trying to describe it. He's not giving me the definition.
oh. Okay, fine. The horizon is the line where the ground meets the air.
Cool. And it's horizontal, right?
No, it appears horizontal.
It's horizontal. If it appears horizontal, it's horizontal. Clearly,
No, it
it
doesn't.
appears to you that way. It's horizontal.
No, it's not. Just because something appears that way doesn't mean it is that way.
So we can't find any curve in any direction horizontally.
Yeah, you can. You have to go pretty far away, but yeah, you can.
Pretty far away. Are you okay? Like, what are you smoking, bro?
Okay, so for example, if you wanted to know the shape of an object, would you put it like up against your face to see what the object looks like, or would you put it further away?
Well, yeah,
We're not high enough to
yeah.
see the
I'm not
curve.
sure what you. Yeah, this seems like a red herring.
I think you know what I'm getting at. If you wanted to know the size of an object, would you put it like smushed up against your face, like where you were just like 0.00001%, like of a foot, like like of the distance of the object, like
okay, I got you. Okay, perfect.
yeah,
I get exactly. I understand exactly what you're saying, right? So
yeah,
the
like if
further
you
you
want to
are
know
away
what a
from it, the
dodgeball looks
more
like,
of it. No. I get it. The further your eyes are away from it, the more of it that the more of it you can see. I get that, right? So this would lead me to this question. Let's just cut to the fucking chase here. At what altitude should direct arc of Earth curve become observable? What's that altitude? Nothing? Nothing? Crickets? Hello? So, I don't know. I mean, you muted up. You clammed up. That was easy.
He does this. And then he comes back.
so I posted
Oh,
some
I'm
pictures.
sorry, I had a
Yeah.
call, or I was busy, I had to do something. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't hear what you said.
No, I was
Yeah,
posting
no,
pictures. I was posting pictures in the text channel for you.
All right, that's cool. All right, can you answer the question now? Do you remember the question I asked?
Yeah. How high do you have to be to see the curve?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. So let's look at the pictures together.
Just tell me the fucking altitude, dude. Give it to me in feet. Give it to me in miles. I don't care.
So you don't want to look at?
Why do you want to go through this stupid little fucking?
You don't want to look at what I posted?
It's not necessary. You should just be able to answer at what altitude. At what altitude you should be able to see that arc of Earth curve.
I don't know why you're struggling out. Just look at the thing I posted. Can you look at it? Let me know when you're looking at it.
Yeah, I can see it, dude.
Oh, okay. Okay, what do you see there?
So it's not an answer to your question. I'll just say that, Jim.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not an answer to my question. At what altitude? Why can't you do it, dude?
Well, okay. So how much of the circle, like, or the sphere, do you need to see at what altitude? Like, what are you exactly asking?
What I'm saying is I'm going off of your point, right? The further your eyes are away from an object, the more of the object you're able to see, right?
Okay.
So this would mean that the further you are away from Earth, the more drastic Earth curves should become absolutely apparent. And at what altitude does that happen?
At
what altitude away from Earth would that happen?
Well, I mean, it would happen at different altitudes. So, are you like that's why I'm trying to figure out what like
how would it happen at different altitudes if the Earth has omnidirectional Earth curve?
Because like the further away you go from it, the more you would see. So like you would be able to start to see some of the curve without even seeing like all of the curve. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Are you actually like how far up do you have to go to see any of the curve, or how far up do you have to go to see like the entire thing? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. What you're asking.
I'm going to ask it one more time because it's very simple.
It's not.
At what? Yeah, it is simple. Everybody here understands exactly what I'm asking.
Okay, so I'll ask everyone else. Is she asking about when you can see the entire Earth, or is she asking just when you can see any of the curve? Nobody seems to know.
Yeah, at what altitude does arc of Earth curve? Right? That's not the whole Earth.
Yeah, you're the only one who doesn't get it. Just you.
It's funny that you just typed up now after she clarified it, where like as soon as she clarified it, I knew.
It was clear before.
Oh, it wasn't clear.
Yeah, at what altitude should arc of Earth curve be directly observable? It's very clear.
So how many?
I didn't say at what altitude does the whole Earth become observable.
So how many arcs do you want to see? Like how many? Like
an arc.
Just any arc whatsoever.
An arc, dude.
Okay. Basically, like the horizon. It's not much of an arc, but you can see an arc.
What altitude? What is it? How far? How far away from Earth?
Yeah, the horizon, like 6 feet.
No. Incorrect.
No, correct.
That's incorrect. I can Google it right now. And you know what? You know what I'm going to get?
You wouldn't be able to see it with the human eye, but there's still an arc.
Yeah.
Guys, I have a question. I'm sorry for
No. You need to just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still an arc.
I have a question.
Bro, do you not hear the conversation happening right now? She just said, wait, you just said, okay. Why are you speaking right now?
My apologies.
Thank you. So, you just need to be able to see an arc, right? There's an altitude for, allegedly, at which you should be able to see this. And if you go Google it real quick, you'll find that it's somewhere around 50,000 feet.
Well,
but I had to tell you that answer.
But like that's seeing it with the human eye, though. That's seeing it with the human. That's seeing it with the human eye.
With the eyes, dude. With the human freaking eyes. Oh my gosh! Do I have to like super finite specify everything?
Well, it seems like you knew the answer, so I don't know why you were asking the question.
You didn't. This is the
point.
What
are you talking about?
Yes, I did know.
Did you not see what pictures? What pictures did I post?
You didn't know the answer, right? So, with the human eyes, right? So let me just reform the question, right? let me just reform the question. With your human eyes, at what altitude does arc of Earth curve become directly observable? What? And that,
Like
that
where
and
you can like see it.
you just
It's, I don't know. I would probably say like probably like 100,000 to 150,000 meters.
yeah, it's like I said, it's said to be 50,000 feet. Yeah,
No, I think it's like higher than that. But anyway,
Do you think it's higher than that? I've got a screen. I screenshot this from when I did this. So
No, he didn't know the answer, and now he thinks he knows the answer. That's what it is.
yeah, no, he doesn't know the answer because he kept doing a stupid little tap dance and wouldn't actually give the answer. So I had to give it for him.
Can I ask my question though?
No. Why would I answer your question when you wanted to just tap dance around mine and I had to answer for you because you don't know? And I'm not done, by the way. I'm not done landing.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
No, I'm not done landing this point. Okay, and I took a screenshot from when I
It's a
did
quick
this.
question. Are you guys actually debating flat Earth, or this is
Yeah, objective reality isn't really debatable, but we're here for it.
Wait, so is this a flat earther versus someone who believes the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, now be quiet.
Right.
Let's now be quiet. And listen. Okay, because I'm gonna pull up the screenshot. Oh wow, that was forever ago. Yeah, 50,000 feet. It says you can perceive Earth curve from. Let's see, perceive, but not actually with your own eyes. There we go. It is possible to see the effect of curvature of Earth from sea level. Ships disappearing over the horizon, which doesn't happen. We can take these awesome cameras and zoom in, and there's the boat again.
Can you show me that?
Actually see the
Can you show me that?
To actually see the curvature directly, i.e., to be able to see the horizon as an arc rather than a straight line, requires an altitude of over 50,000 feet. But here's the problem with that, right? Is if you've ever seen flights from like the U-2 spy plane, I got this awesome screenshot just scrolling through YouTube, and I saw this excellent little YouTube short, and I just had to screenshot it because I was like, holy shit, they don't have any kind of like special lenses or anything. Like that horizon's flat. That's pretty good. Here we go. So 70,000 feet. Apple pie. There you go. So we should have been seeing arc of Earth curve at 50,000 feet, yet that's a straight fucking line even at 70,000 feet. So your horizon is in fact horizontal.
All right, that takes care of him. So what that other guy want?
Wait, are you guys serious? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's your turn. You're up.
We're not serious.
What do you want?
How do you guys explain lunar eclipse?
We don't have to explain anything.
They're silly.
Why? Like, I don't understand why do you guys hate or like, well, not hate, but like dislike or not dislike. It's like it's not an opinion. Like you guys deny science where it's explaining everything.
Okay.
Dude, you're the science denier. You actually think gas balls exist in a vacuum. That's the science denier.
Gas balls?
Hang on.
I don't think you guys understand it. Last time, when I just
relax.
Why are you talking to me?
I'm going to ask you, what do you think a lunar eclipse has to do with the geometry of the surface of the Earth?
Because I don't know.
Right.
Wait, the lunar eclipse. Wait, listen.
All they do is giggle. They're just giggle heads.
Jesus Christ! What the fuck is these?
Stop calling on Christ.
Laughing or like everyone
right now.
The gigglers. Giggles. Mr. Giggles.
Dog.
That was you.
Dog,
That was
I'm not a scientist. I'm a common sense guy.
You guys are scientists or whatever.
Yeah, flat earthers are silly. You failed already. We're talking to Tomato right now.
I'm not obsessed with the Earth being round. I just came here and I'm talking common sense.
okay,
And you guys are obsessed with the Earth being flat. I wonder why.
No, listen. Okay, just relax for a second. All right. There's no Earth curve to be found up high or down low.
Have you been up high or down low?
Therefore, if it's not curved, hold on. If it's not curved, what is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Flat pizza.
Yeah, flat. Yeah, if it's not curved, it's definitely flat.
Yeah, it's definitely flat.
I don't know what pizza has to have to do with the flatland. He's like descending into something weird right now.
Whatever, man. Like a fucking dish, whatever.
Just relax, dude. Just relax. Like,
how was the Earth created?
Nobody knows.
I know.
God.
Shut up, flat earthers are silly. You failed already.
Just mute him if he doesn't. If he can't control himself. Just mute the uncontrollables. That's all.
Jesus Christ. All right. I'll just. You know, I've heard actually. This is funny.
Okay.
He's like a little girl. He just giggles like a little girl.
He's like a dainty schoolgirl.
May, you guys don't even know how to speak like normally. The thing is that the common thing I find between like flat earthers, they're never respectful. Like anyone, they're like, "Oh yeah, I won against you. I completely destroyed you in this completely scientific."
So a flat earther hurt you at some point. You're
And yet you still keep coming back after you get your ass handed to you. You keep coming back.
See how you talk, mate. This is not how you discuss scientific shit.
Listen. I'm pretty sure I was being pretty chill with the last guy, and I can have a chill, clear discourse with you. Okay. And I think that's how these things need to go. So everyone needs to just calm down for a second. Okay.
It was very nice talking to you, Jenna. I enjoyed it.
You too, man. And just keep in mind that, you're supposed to see an arc at a certain altitude and you don't see it. And go as high as you'd like. You're still not going to see it.
I see the arc at, like, sea level, though. I just see the horizon.
No, you don't. I'm sorry. You're not seeing an arc if it's level, dude. How do you have your job?
Because I've actually done the measurement and it's not level.
No, it's not.
I mean, it is level. I mean, sorry, it's level is not a horizontal line.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not.
The thing is,
we might have to call your boss, and we might have to call your boss and actually see if you should still be working there. This is kind of crazy. You think horizontal?
We won't even threaten that. No. We won't even threaten
are you
that.
stalking
Only
me?
globe earthers do that
Are
type
you
of shit.
stalking me, Radwin?
Yeah, no, only globers do that type of shit. We'll just throw that out. Because only globers.
Wow, I know. That seems like
I don't want. You're a risk to my safety. You're a risk to my safety, dude. You're a risk to people's safety.
Oh yeah, that's different. You're right. That's different.
Yeah. You believe the Earth is round? Oh fuck you! You're a risk.
Michael, shut up. Are you gonna talk through everyone?
Bro is trying to dox me. Like I don't understand how like you guys are like okay with that.
That is so fucking funny.
Yeah, no. Your job is life and death dependent. So yeah.
I mean, it's pretty crazy that you said, "Oh my gosh, level horizontal." It is what it's not. It's not what it is. And
level is not designed as horizontal. That's like you'll never.
When I lay my floor, I lay it horizontally, and I make sure that I fucking level it. So yeah, they are the fucking same.
Anyways, how do you guys explain gravity and the bending of space fabric?
I can do that.
Yeah.
You don't, because gravity's not a force. Because gravity has no mass, so gravity's not a force. So it doesn't do anything.
So just fall.
Yeah, the reason why things fall is because they're heavier than the air.
Heavier than the air. Well, that's kind of part of it, but not full of it. Like, wait, that's actually insane. Wait, so things in space don't float, right?
Space?
Yeah.
Why would this
planets are heavier?
No. There's
than
no
air.
There's no
And
space.
there is no air.
There's no
Oh.
space. You don't have a pressure system directly adjacent to a vacuum.
Interesting. So if you're in a vacuum, you're going to float.
No.
Then how do planets float?
He's a science denier, so you're going to have to take it easy with this one.
Yeah, my apologies, man. I'm such a stupid person.
The planets float. I don't know what the planets are other than lights in the sky. That's what I see. That's what you see when you look up.
Microscopes. Telescopes.
Yeah, she's answering you, and you're spitballing. You're scattergunning her. Slow down a bit.
Saying anything, mate.
Yeah. You're throwing a bunch of things at her, and she's answering one, and you're jumping to another one. Slow down a bit.
No, she's saying
He went from things floating in space. He went from things floating in space to telescopes and microscopes.
Yeah, so let's address gravity, right? Let's address gravity and gas pressure. Let's start there. Okay.
Right.
So here's the thing about gas pressure, right? Would you agree that Earth has a pressurized system, right? We can read the pressure. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about that is you can't have that kind of pressure without a container.
Without the what?
Without a container.
Yeah, atmosphere.
No. The atmosphere is not a physical container.
All right. What is the
Not a
container?
solid physical container. Right? So that's the problem is
does it have to be solid?
Have this. You cannot have this pressure system directly adjacent to this like open expanding endless vacuum. You can't demonstrate it, you can't replicate it. You can try, but even your vacuum chamber has to be a closed system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
what does that have to do? Oh, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so in other words, space or floating away in space, it's a thermodynamics violation. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy.
I don't understand.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
So the thing is, with gases, entropy increases with things like heat. Okay, when you add heat, yes. So these gases expand, they press upon the container a little bit more with heat, and something like the sun is a heat source, right? As it comes and it goes, the pressure rises and falls constantly because of heat, because of an increase of heat and a decrease of heat. We live in this inside of this dynamic system where this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty simple. You don't live on the outside of a spinning ball. It's just physics.
Oh, so we fall because of thermodynamics, basically.
No, you don't know. That doesn't even make any sense. I don't know where you would get that from. Like,
where did that come from exactly? Specifically, where did you just hear that?
He said something about like
what is it? What is it? What says that? Yeah, what says that?
I don't know. She said.
She never said that.
Well,
no.
Well, I'm admitting.
Second law.
Yeah, so you're just not listening then?
No, I wasn't focusing enough, I guess.
Yeah, that's really rude, but okay.
No, my apologies.
I mean, she gave a very detailed explanation, debunking space for you, and explaining how we need a container for the pressure we measure and experience, and you went off saying that things fall because of thermodynamics, a word she never even said. I'm not understanding.
I did early on in what I was saying. I mentioned the second law of thermodynamics being entropy, right? But no, that's not. I don't know how he conflated why things fall with that. That's crazy, dude.
Okay, sorry, my bad. I actually haven't slept very well, so that may explain. I apologize.
Okay, you're cool then.
All right. Sorry, you guys imagine you're talking with a toddler, because I may be a bit too ignorant to understand your way of viewing the world, because I know I eat up all the delusion of the round Earth. So I need to understand more, if you know what I'm saying. I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to understand. All right.
Relax.
That's perfectly fair, right? So, okay, think of it this way.
Right. How do we go to
Let me ask you something. No. Let me ask you something. You know what a terrarium is?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen those glass jars where people put the dirt and the leaves and the bugs in it, and they close it off? And it's kind of like its own little thriving ecosystem.
I think maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Those are called terrariums.
All right.
And in other words, if you think of Earth in that kind of way, you've got this closed system where everything is regenerative the same way it would be in one of those terrariums. Gas pressure, all of that, rain, weather, evaporation, precipitation, and you could measure different pressures in your little terrarium jar, probably day in to day out, with the heat, increase of heat and decrease of heat. And it's the same thing that's going on right here on Earth. Because we don't live on a spinning ball that's hurtling thousands of miles an hour on the sun. Do you feel like you're moving?
Yeah.
Really,
speed is relative. You won't feel it because you're moving at the same speed as it.
That's not true. Now it's time
Have you tried moving in a very speed car? Have you tried throwing a ball up in a very fast car? Does it go backward or does it just go up?
Oh, it's contained in a pressurized car. Yeah, it's contained in a pressurized car.
Yeah, bro, let's try that in a convertible, bro, yeah? Let's drive a convertible car to do the ball thing, yeah?
Because the air fucking fucks with it. There's no air in space.
Yeah, as long as you believe that story that she just debunked for you, you don't have to apologize for it.
So I heard her debunk gas balls in a vacuum, and yet you asked, how do we go to space? You don't. Space is fake. Get it out of your mind. Start to spin around in your room right now and get it over with. But there is no outer space. You're not going there.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh, shit,
you can't.
My bad. Okay.
Space is not a place you can get to. Dude, it's not a place that any man or machine has ever been.
Then why are they lying to us? I don't get it. What's
here we go. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Yeah, I'm just a liar.
Go ahead, Jenna.
No, really. Why would they?
Ask the liar. Ask the liar.
Shit happen.
Ask the liar why they would lie.
Landing and shit. That's insane.
Money, bro. Money.
193 so they could sell ads on television. They made a moon landing so they could sell ads on TV to make money.
Damn. These guys are insane. This fucking capitalism.
Why the lie? Why do people lie? Some people get off on it. Some people are trying to hide stuff. Unless you've got some kind of mind-reading abilities, or you ask the liars directly, you'll never know the exact reason why someone lies. And the probability would state, if you ask a liar, they're going to lie to you anyways.
Yeah,
perfect example. And a perfect example, by the way, is at a certain point, we did start asking the liars why they lie. And NASA's official YouTube channel turned the comments off completely. So you can't ask a liar. Yeah, exactly. Right? So yeah, we did ask the liars why they lie. And they turned the comment section off. Like, how dare you question me?
Jesus.
Haven't you guys also been offered to go to the North Pole and the South Pole?
Yeah, you pay for me. I'll go to the North Pole. I'll go to the North Pole if you want.
Dude, there's actually multiple scientists. There's actually multiple scientists. If you look online, right? Because I mean, like, that's the argument that you're making, that we need to do our own research. But if you go online, then there's multiple instances where they provide a full journey to the North or the South Pole.
Why?
Okay, well, sign me up, dude.
Why are we going there?
To see the.
Why? To prove a point that the Earth is not flat.
How?
Like, so you can see it for yourself.
How does going anywhere on
because
Earth?
of the ice wall, right? Like aren't you guys claiming that there is an ice wall?
One ice wall.
Bro, I'm asking you the question. Listen, dude, I am here. I'm here to ask a question and to gain clarification.
No.
If
you're here to throw yourself into the conversation while somebody else is asking genuine questions. As soon as someone started asking genuine questions. Yeah, no, shut up. You jumped in here with your shit.
Bro,
you can wait till the conversation's over and then ask your question, maybe.
About an ice wall anyway. Yeah, go back to the other guy.
What else?
Well, yeah, Tomato, you at least understand that space is fake now, right? You understand that we have gas pressure, we have to have containment, a solid barrier to contain the gas that we're measuring, right? You understand that first before you ask why would they lie?
All of that is making very good sense.
Right.
I agree.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you guys are not making any logical mistakes.
Yeah, so the sun is not a gas ball. The sun is not a gas ball floating in space.
Wait, so what is the sun then?
No, I told you what it's not. That's it. The end.
Yeah. Nobody knows
The
what the
great
sun is.
ice wall may be upon us, lads.
Isaac,
is the sun flat too, or what?
Guys, you guys need to
wait. Don't mute the guy. Wait, let him talk.
Productive conversation.
No, mute the guy. Yeah, just mute the guy.
He's gonna lie. He's an ally.
Actually, Tomato, this is how it works. When yourself and someone on the panel is having a conversation and some random retard drops in and does shit like that, just makes noise, or wishes to cut over your conversation, they will probably get muted. All right,
I understand that, but he didn't
you feel free to take your time, my friend, and if you've got any more questions, go for it.
If I may, I can inform you and it's
anyways. I have another. Like, I'm sorry, I really need to understand. I don't know anything about the flat Earth shit, but let's see.
Sure you do. You live on it, dude.
Yeah, I guess. How do satellites work? Like GPS?
They don't.
TV,
Space is
and
fake.
all of this
Space is fake. Space is fake. Next question.
Yeah, but like
they don't work.
Okay, here's the thing, right? Okay, we have just established, right, that space is not a place that you can get to, right? So there are not satellites in space. There are not.
It's ground based, bro. Tomato, it's a ground based system. We have cables everywhere you look. When you go outside, you're gonna see cables somewhere.
Yeah.
They have new towers. They had 4G. They had 3G. They are 5G towers now. It's all ground based. Here's your answer.
All right. So is the sun like flat? Or is
now
it
back to the sun.
No.
The sun's not a gas ball in a vacuum, you idiot. Stop talking about
it's not
things
a gas
in the sky.
ball.
Stop talking about the things in the sky, dude.
Mic check.
All right. My bad. I'm sorry for asking. Sorry.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, you're still coming in bad, T-Dub. You were breaking up a little bit, T-Dub.
I'm going to answer the gentleman's question because it's exactly what you would be able to tell me about it. And that's that the sun is an apparent source of light and heat, right, which moves across the sky daily for everyone in a repeated pattern. And from your vantage point, that's all I can tell you. That's all you can tell me. Any other stories about it are unverifiable. Nobody knows what it exists within, what medium it exists within. Nobody knows its composition. Nobody knows its size or dimensions. It just appears as a disk in the sky.
That is so cool. So I assume I don't mean anything by that. I assume that most of people who believe in the flat Earth also kind of believe in God. Am I correct?
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
It's not a religious channel.
Yeah, I know, but very interesting.
Yeah, so basically, all the information, it seems, is that you got it from someone who is against flat Earth. So you're gonna have to clean your slate and start,
Wait, so what's the talk about Australia? I heard things.
Oh God, here we go, Australia now. Now we're
I don't know. I don't understand what people talk about Australia like when
he doesn't understand anything, you guys. Is there any Globers in here that understand English? He doesn't understand anything.
Come on, some of the flat earthers get accused of not even speaking English. That's not fair.
Yeah. I'll give you a little rundown. Okay.
Those in the chat. Like,
So
Australia's not real, Australia's not real.
So
You got fucking Australians in the chat right now.
what we're all about, right? What we're all about, Tomato, is looking at observable reality, seeing what we can actually measure and test and know about physical reality. Right?
that is very. I really respect that. I really respect that idea of thinking.
Okay. So
But
any claims that are made, right? The extraordinary claims about our existence or about our physical reality, we try and test it. We go out and we can have a look and test that claim. And if that claim doesn't comport to physical reality, we can dismiss that claim until someone provides evidence for that claim. You got it? So we're talking about the surface. Hey, listen, bro. One sec. We're not attempting to try and describe the entirety of this place that we're in, aka the universe, right? Observable reality, things that we can just observe and not go to and not test, right? And things that we can, like here on the ground, where we are, where we live, right? So what we're talking about is the surface geometry and any other attributes it may have, like its undulations, right? And is it in motion, right? That's a claim on the table that we're given, that it's in motion, that we are on an object that's in motion. Is there any evidence for that, right? Things like of that nature. And of course, we challenge the idea that we are on an object within an ever-expanding vacuum with a gaseous pressurized system surrounding us, which is somehow not doing what gas would do and expand into that available volume. So we can dismiss that notion because that's a violation of natural laws, as has been explained to you, right? So we're just interested in the surface geometry and the claim that it's in motion, right, and the idea that we're in outer space. Those are the three main things we focus on. And beyond that, it's pretty much a lot of things are unknowable, right? We're not going to give you a claim to. We're not going to give you a claim to size and shape of the entirety of reality, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
But I have a question. Not a question, but let's say something. I understand you guys believe only what you can see and observe, right? If it's touchable, if there's actual proof, visual proof of it, you believe it, correct?
If something,
I'm not talking cameras and shit. I'm not going to talk about the Earth right now.
Yeah, that's right. That's called self-evident.
Yeah, you always believe in self-evident shit, right?
Right. Some things don't need explaining, right? They don't need proof.
So you don't believe in atoms?
Oh my God!
Here we go again.
No, again.
Wait. How did the very first guy split an atom? Was he holding it? Did he have a hammer? Did he put it in an anvil? What did he do?
You don't know how did he split an atom? Are you serious?
He doesn't know how he did it either. It's just a story.
You know, we can split atoms by shooting. What the fuck? Wait, are you denying atoms?
Hold on, stop.
Yeah.
This has got nothing to do with the shape of the...
right.
Okay, Giggles.
No, sorry, I'm sorry. Is he actually, are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
I know it doesn't have to, but like
Excellent.
I'm talking about
So get
science
back to the
in general.
topic.
No, I'm not talking.
No,
I'm
you're
not
a
talking about
science
Earth right
denier.
now.
You're
I'm
the
convinced.
science denier. Dude, you are a science denier. You think gas balls exist in a vacuum. That's denying science.
No, I don't believe in globe Earth. I believe in flat Earth, but I believe in atoms too. Do you guys deny atoms?
No.
What?
What? You can hear the brain fall out of their ear when they do that. Their brain
I'm
puts
sorry,
your brain back inside your ear.
It's a nervous laughter, see, bitch.
Can you? No, I'm not nervous laughter. It's insane.
Yeah, you are.
Like why are they teaching us at school like this?
Ignore
like, incorrect shit. Chemistry,
Ignore 'em.
physics, whatever, biology.
Oh, you're a science denier now. Now you're a science denier again.
How? What is
Physics
science?
doesn't teach you that gas balls exist in a vacuum. Chemistry doesn't
yeah.
teach you anything like that. No, it doesn't teach you that that can exist. It teaches you that it does not exist. I own a vacuum. I own a vacuum chamber. I can prove to you that gas and water balls don't exist in a vacuum. Now what?
I don't. I'm talking about something. I'm talking about the idea of scientific thinking. You say you don't believe the thing that you can't see. Therefore, do you not believe the existence of atoms, the protons, and electrons?
Do you believe in Santa Claus?
No.
Why? There's pictures of him.
Do you believe in God?
I said no before.
Interesting. Do you believe? Do you believe in Christopher Columbus?
No.
Do you believe in? Okay, that's insane. Sorry, I can't take part in this conversation. I'll have to go. I'm sorry.
Okay, next.
Bye.
All right, Prime Mark. You
Mr.
have something
Giggles,
to
number
say,
2
Prime
is up.
I'll just stay to see what happens next.
All right, mute your mic so you don't get muted by us with your outbursts.
I'll mute Isaac.
Does Isaac giggle too?
He sure does.
Oh, yeah, well, we can't use that one. No science deniers allowed in here.
I want to say inbreeding, but I shouldn't say that.
Well, if we can't have science deniers, are we allowed to have spiral out contenders?
Yes.
We can. It just happens. We can't keep them away, actually.
Well,
it's like air and a vacuum. You can't keep air out of the vacuum.
Well, since we've got a trifecta lined up, Jess, you've just volunteered yourself. So, since you were the first one in, you'll be the first one unlocked. Welcome, Jess.
He's about to get spanked.
Oh,
That's not Jesse Path of Lies, is it?
I hope so.
Is that Jesse Path of Lies?
The who? Oh, I got unmuted. There we go.
Yeah. Yes, welcome, Jess.
Well, thank God, let's talk about muting people for 10 minutes.
So instead of being disingenuous, right?
How about no. You're not going to start off on a bad foot. I don't want to do that to you, and I don't want you to do that to yourself. Welcome, Jess, to 24/7 Discord.
You're on the air.
Flat Earth Discord. And you're live. So, if you're a baller, can you please provide for the good people of the panel and YouTube proof of curvature? Floor's yours.
That's the proof.
Sorry, why
Always
why
the
do I
same.
think that the Earth is round? Can you
That's
repeat
not
the
what
same
he said.
question
Were
again,
you
please?
listening? Were you listening?
I'm high on medication. I'm trying to be genuine.
Oh, everybody's high and everybody's tired.
Yo, air pressure, can you please be quiet? I'm trying to have a conversation with Ben Hammer. Thank you. Sorry, what did you say, Ben Hammer?
Can you please provide for the people of the panel and those listening on YouTube your proof of curvature? Floor is
My
yours.
proof of curvature. Well, I don't want to answer that question. Wait, well, actually, I can answer that question. If you take a football, right, and you take an end, and you put an end on the football, the perspective of the end, what does it show for the end? It looks like a flat surface for the end, right? Can you let me finish speaking, please? I thought, we were being genuine now. I thought we were being genuine.
No.
Oh, we're not? Oh, okay. Then you can ban me, Ben Hammer.
You aren't.
Okay, no, because I'm trying to make an analogy, and you're just speaking through me, which I find very sad. Okay?
Yeah, can you guys not cut over him? Like, let him talk.
You literally muted me because I talked over it?
Yeah.
Can I say something? Am I allowed? Dear mods, can I say something? Or not?
No, Tomato. He was asked for something very specific, and now he's going off into analogy, which won't equate about an ant and a football. He can't equate it, so it's nonsense.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I want to say.
Please say something.
Why do you guys mute people? No, I'm not gonna say why. You guys keep muting people when they are talking, and you guys can like actually cut over them, but you don't.
There's a reason for it. It's very simple. It cuts down audio chaos, so our recording on YouTube doesn't just get scattered with noise.
Wait, you guys are recording on YouTube?
Correct.
Yeah, you're streamed all over the world right now.
Why am I muted?
You're not muted.
Oh God, here we go again.
I was muted. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, basically, Tomato, we were trying to have a normal, honest conversation, and we can identify people who are being like a-holes and using these strange tactics, so we mute them. I'm not a mod. I can't mute anybody. I'm just saying.
Since I have let you guys explain your science to me, can I explain my science to you respectfully? Not
the shape of the Earth isn't science.
As long as your science follows the scientific method, we most likely won't have a problem.
Okay, listen. According to the gravity laws, like presented by Newton,
And prove your gravity scientifically with an experiment.
It's already proven, but
no, it's not.
What is gravity first? Which one? You're talking about Newtonian physics.
Newtonian and Einstein.
Oh, they conflict with each other, so they're incompatible.
How do they themselves, the fucking scientists told us that they
So you don't know anything about it. You don't know that Einstein debunked Newton.
I'm not
you don't know that.
Like immersed.
Did you hear my question? Did you hear my question, or did you talk through it?
Tomato. They've abandoned Newtonian physics.
Yeah, because Einstein is more accurate than ever.
No, Newton was wrong.
He was not wrong. He was.
Yes, he was.
Plus,
Wrong.
Dude, Newton
there's no accuracy. What accuracy are you talking about? What are you using it for? What accuracy? You haven't explained that. What accuracy?
I don't know.
Okay, so don't say dumb shit. Guess where I'm at, guys?
Dude,
guess where I'm at, guys? I'm at my lab, at my real one, the big one, in a building, not at home. What do you think of that? I just pulled in.
Oh, sexy. I'm so excited.
You guys are toast.
Yeah, no, Tomato. It just sounds funny to us because he asked you in the beginning, we have to validate these claims. How have you validated gravity? How has it been proven?
How can we validate the Earth is flat?
So a new question, no answer for my question.
I thought you were going to tell us.
Sorry for doing that.
No. I thought you were going to tell us.
I can't validate because I didn't study gravity. But I know gravity. I know that the flying gas in vacuum is because of gravity, not because
You
bro,
know a story. You know a
you
story
tried in
then.
your vacuums. Wait, listen. Let me tell you. Not a story. Shut up. You tried in your vacuum chamber. You tried the gas and tried the water. It didn't stick together because it's connected with gravity of the Earth. If you put it in a no gravity place, I don't think in space.
What the fuck is he talking
away
about?
from
Okay, and it's now going back around in circles, Tomato. No space.
No, I'm
we
not.
got rid of that earlier, remember?
You
Space is
making
fake.
analogies depending on ignorance, and that is incorrect.
My analogy.
You should-
I haven't made an analogy.
Okay, what can you demonstrate, Tomato? What can you demonstrate about gravity?
I'm telling you, you guys understand the idea of the sun incorrectly. The sun.
No, did you just hear what T-Dub just said? T-Dub is talking to you. Did you hear what he just said? T-Dub is speaking to you. Did you hear what he just said?
It's all right, I'm muting you. Tomato, what can you tell us, right? What can you demonstrate with gravity as having an effect on gas? Can you demonstrate anything to us with gravity and containing gases?
I'm not a scientist.
Okay, so you can't support that claim and you can't defend that notion then. We can demonstrate to you that in order to achieve gas pressure, you're going to need walls for the gas to press upon. Right, we can demonstrate that to you all day, every day. It's fundamental law of nature that gas will expand. And to prevent that expansion, right, you need a physical barrier, or it will just continue to expand into whatever space is available to it. It's a fundamental law of nature. So what are you going to do to show us that gravity can have an effect on that or prevent that from happening?
Does gas expand in vacuum, or does it stay still?
Yes, exactly. Available space. That would be available volume.
Absolute vacuum, or?
Yes, that would be available volume. That would be an area that is unoccupied, which gas likes to do, is occupy space.
You're avoiding your question. Did he not answer your question?
Hello, why suddenly silent?
So, sorry. I accidentally muted him instead of myself. My bad.
You guys are disrespectful.
No, that was an accident, Tomato. Honestly, that was an honest mistake. I thought I was muted, and I still had you on the screen, and I was just looking at the microphone button, and I just hit it thinking I'd muted myself, and it actually put you on mute. So apologies for that. That was an accident.
That's alright, man. Well, I can't with this. I'm gonna go look into the sun shit. I'm gonna come back to you because I don't really fully understand it. When I understand it, I'll explain it to you.
Good idea.
Well, time for our next contestant. Since Jess was an absolute failure, the next one was Ishak. Either. I do apologise if I messed it up, but looks like you're up.
Hello.
How's it going? Do you have any proof of curvature for the ladies and gentlemen of the panel?
What about Australia?
Considering my accent, what about it?
Hold on, he's diverting.
Can you take a picture of the moon for me?
Yeah,
like, do you have a telescope?
Hold on, you're deflecting.
Just go ahead and take a picture
Wait
of
a
the moon.
second. You just no, dude. Are you listening? You're deflecting away from what's being asked. Don't do that. Answer the question. Stop deflecting.
Yeah,
away
we
from
are
what's
getting
being
to it.
asked. No, we're not. Answer the question.
I think I'm answering, sir.
No, you're not. You're asking about Australia, and it's not about the curvature of the Earth. two different
Yeah,
things.
I think Australia proves the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't. Just answer the question. If you know it, just say I know. If not, then just say I don't know.
Are you listening to what I'm saying right now, sir?
Australia.
Yeah,
proves
it's no
curvature of the
relevance.
Earth.
It has no relevance.
It is.
No, it
If
doesn't.
it does not have relevance, we can debate that.
No, I'm telling you right now, there is no relevance. No. Either you're able to answer the question, or we'll go to somebody else.
Shaq,
I'm
have you
able,
ever been
but
to
I'm
Australia? Yes or no?
No, I've never been to Australia.
So how are you going to use Australia to prove curvature?
Because I have an Australian friend who has a telescope and sent me a direct picture.
Of what?
Of what?
Of the moon.
Of the sky.
So
no, of the sky.
Hold on, everyone. So your proof of curvature of the ground, proof of curvature of Earth, of ground, is a photograph of the moon.
Yes, sir.
Telescope. He said telescope. Hold on. He's using a telescope to see the moon. He didn't take a photograph.
An image of the moon. Your proof of ground curvature is an image of the moon.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm hoping it sounds retarded when I say it enough times. Your proof of ground curvature is an image of the moon.
Yes, from Australia. Don't remember. Don't come back.
You make those.
He doesn't get it.
So, do you have? Do you have? You know, a high resolution camera?
Dude.
Oh, you're gonna mute me now?
Yeah, sure. Because you didn't provide evidence of ground curvature of the thing you're standing on.
Yeah, sure.
It's
I couldn't provide
discombobulated.
anything. I'm asking you.
No,
Something
you're not
that is in
asking the
common
questions.
sense.
You're not asking, sir. You're not asking the questions. You're in this forum where you either know that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, he's not going to help
I know.
you. Either you know,
Stop
you know
calling
that
on God and
the
talking
Earth is a
through him.
globe.
That'll get you muted.
That's pretty simple. You guys
Is
come
this
in
for
here.
me or him?
No, this is for you. You, dude. So, do you know if the Earth is a globe or not?
This is yeah, I do.
Okay, what evidence do you have outside of looking at a telescope? What evidence do you have
Outside,
of it?
why do we go outside? I think that is a really good.
No, wait,
No. Okay.
This guy, it's a language barrier. He doesn't understand English.
Yeah, that's the shit will get
I
you
do
muted.
understand English. The thing is, you are avoiding the question.
Talking through people, that's what will get you muted. That's the only thing that'll get you muted.
You know how the
Keep doing
Earth.
it.
So he's talking through me, but I can't talk through him. Okay.
Yeah, the Earth being a globe. The Earth being a globe. Do you have any evidence for it?
How many times do I need to repeat that? Why do we
Just say
suddenly
yes
when we
and then
dive into Australia use? Yeah, yes.
That's all.
Yes. A photograph.
Okay, and then stop using
of the moon
Australia
from
because then you'll get
Australia.
muted. No, you're gonna get muted.
I'm gonna get muted because I use Australia as an evidence.
Yeah, he explained it to you outside of looking at the sky.
Minute. We'll give you 1
Don't
minute.
sell me the side. An evidence is an evidence, sir.
No, it's not.
They are brain dead.
Yeah.
This mass.
Ishak, slow down. This is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24-second flat Earth. They're slightly different. Now, you're claiming you put evidence. You've given
hold on.
nothing.
He's got 1 minute. He's got 1 minute to rethink it. All right. Then we can unmute him again.
Okay, guys, I want to discuss with you guys.
No, it's not Australia. No, you're not going to discuss. Okay, for the new people that are joining, no, listen. You're just going to answer the question. If you have globe evidence, we'll go to you, and you have the floor to speak. All you got to do is tell us how you have the evidence of the Earth being a globe.
Can I say something?
Tomato's been in for a while, Alpha. He's been in for probably an hour or so.
Can I say something? I want to discuss with you guys.
The something should be globe evidence. Yeah, something should be globe evidence. You have that?
It will be.
Okay,
but let's discuss the scientific method you guys follow. What scientific method?
Wait a minute. No, you don't ask us questions. Just answer ours. Can you, sir, demonstrate that you know if the Earth is a globe?
I'm asking you. No. Don't mute me. Don't.
No. Yes, you will get muted because you're not listening. This is another deflection. You guys have a hard time hearing what we're doing. And everybody that wants to bite on your questions just seems to like want to dive into whatever you're saying, and that's a deflection away from the premise, which is if you guys coming in here know if the Earth is a globe. Yes or no?
Dude, I know.
Dude, no you don't. Then answer the question. Answer it.
Can you let me fucking
you can
talk?
Stay unmuted
Jesus.
if you answer. Fuck. No. Answer the question, and then yes, you can. You can stay unmuted. Answer the question.
Can I tell you why?
Yes. How is the Earth a globe? Just go ahead and say it. Go ahead.
What the fuck?
Floor's yours.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You're mentally ill.
What the fuck is wrong with me? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Can you give me a fucking chance to talk?
You said you were going to. You just had a pause.
Fucking close it over, bro. Let me complete a fucking
pause in the conversation.
Evidence.
Then go. Do it then. Tell us about the
globe evidence.
You were going to do this. You were going to do this 20 minutes ago. You said you were going to.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! Listen, I'm saying, I want to know your scientific way of thinking.
No, that's not it. You're asking us a question. You're asking us a question.
That's an easy one.
Fucking
we
hell.
follow the scientific method.
Oh, hold on. It's a deflection. You're asking us a question. We need you to answer ours. Do you know if the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? That's all you got to do. We'll go to the next guy.
I want to prove to you that the Earth is a globe because by the way you think. I want.
No, it's not. You don't need to know the way we think. You either present how you know the Earth is a globe, or you say I don't know. That's pretty simple, isn't it?
Okay,
we don't need to tell you how we think.
Have you seen the hull of the ships going away first, like the way they move into the horizon? Their bottom disappears first. Have you seen that?
We've heard of that. We've heard of that before. Go ahead and demonstrate how that's Earth curvature.
There's videos proving that this.
Yes, we've seen that before, sir. We have seen that before. Now demonstrate how that's Earth curvature.
Obviously, it's the curve. How can you not?
Yeah, okay. How do you know that? How do you know that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I give up. I'm so bad. The Earth is flat.
There you go. That's how you do it. You don't know that the Earth is a globe. You're just assuming that it is.
Folks. That's the end.
That's what we want to know. That was easy, wasn't it? You don't know if the Earth is a globe. See? Now we can go to the next guy. All this deflection bullshit is just going to get nowhere. Because you're just going to keep talking without answering these questions. He left, didn't he?
No, he's still here.
No, he's still there.
He was the one that insisted on telling us about how he knows the Earth is a globe. And then when he proceeded, he didn't have anything.
Yeah, these debate tactics that they use are simple diversions, and they're distractions and they're deflections. They'll keep you from holding them to a point.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. Dude, you guys are actually frustrating. Seriously.
Yeah, I know, because when we're asking for honest answers, we don't get any. We get these debate tactics that you guys use where you start asking us questions. Yeah, you're asking us questions and you don't answer the ones that we're asking.
You always reach a solution by asking questions, don't you?
Yeah, and that's why we're asking you questions, and then you turn around and ask us questions.
When you ask me a question and you say, masalan, for example, the gravity doesn't exist, so I ask you, what do you believe is the scientific method of thinking? So then you say, I only believe in what I see, and then I ask you, do you believe in atoms? Oh, I don't believe in atoms. Then I know you're fucking retarded. Because you didn't give me a fucking chance to talk. Oh my god.
He's not going to help you either.
He's not. Can you stop muting people for not going the way you want to talk?
Don't tempt me.
Jesus, you're not
him
being
either.
nice at all.
He ain't going to help you. So, the game is simple. Answer honestly. If you don't know the answer to a question, instead of baffling everyone with bullshit, why don't you just say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know." That's it. That's all you have to say. If I get asked some weird shit that I don't know an answer to, I don't know. That is an acceptable answer around these parts.
What if you're all just disingenuous fucking faggot nigger pigs?
Yeah, that's all you have, isn't it? That's all you guys have. Because you don't know how to answer intelligent questions.
Don't
all
say
you
all you
got
guys
is
have.
degenerate answers. Yeah, all you got is degenerate answers. That's it. You're
Alpha.
upset because you don't have it. You're upset because you don't have an answer. So you resort to these tactics. You say bad words, and you think that's going to help you. It's not. We're going to have people come into this forum. Yeah, we're going to have people come into this forum all the time, and all you're going to do is get upset and say names, cuss words. That's all you got. That's it. So, back to the premise. Does anybody in here have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Other than that, we don't care what you think. You can curse, you can get upset, you can stomp on the floor and throw a tantrum. It's not going to help. Only thing that helps is if you have an answer to be intelligent. Other than that,
yeah, we're here to have in-depth discussions regarding science, geometry, and natural philosophy. So, you can clown all you want, but it's not going to get you anywhere.
Why can't I ask questions?
because right now you don't know if the Earth is a globe, and that's what's important.
I'm not here to debate whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Yeah, because it's not, sir. Here's the problem, Tomato. It's not a debate. Because right now you don't know if the Earth is a globe, don't you?
I do.
Well, then go ahead and demonstrate how you know the Earth is a globe. That's what we're asking. How do you?
The question you need to ask yourself is, where's your evidence?
Every way I show my evidence, or show how
the question
I
you need to ask yourself is why it's so hard to demonstrate your claim.
There are so many evidences that the Earth is a globe.
Don't talk about how many there are. Give us one.
Give us one.
Yeah.
Ships disappear bottom first. Satellites exist. Lunar eclipse.
Stop with the ships. Stop with the ships. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. We're going to go with your ships. How do you know that the ships demonstrate that the Earth is a globe?
Okay.
How do you know that the ships demonstrate
bottom first? You therefore know that it's a fucking curve because it's round.
Yeah. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do I know what?
That when you see a ship disappear from the bottom up, that it's curvature. How do you know it's not something to do with perspective? An optical effect. How do you know it's actual curvature?
Because if I stand up there on a fucking a building, I can see that I can see the ship better. I don't see its bottom disappeared. The bottom I can.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that on a flat surface. You can do that on a flat surface.
How? How can you?
It's been demonstrated. It's just perspective. It's the angle. It's the angle that which you're seeing it. It's a narrow angle. All you got to do is increase your.
I agree.
All you got to do is, dude. Yeah. Let me finish.
Okay.
All you got to do is increase your elevation, and then you could see more off in the distance. But that's just because you're at a very narrow angle. That's why you can't see a lot farther. So it's due to perspective. It has nothing to do with curving Earth. Now, curving Earth, if it were true, then you would have to tell me at what distance away you start to see the disappearance of the ship from the bottom up. So we're talking about distance. We're talking about everything that would be in concerns to how the curvature is causing this obstruction. This is why I'm asking, at what distance away would you see that bottom up obstruction?
I don't know. I didn't study this shit. But I have another.
Well, this is important. Well, this is important. See, this is not an evidence. So if you think it's evidence, I just showed you how it's not evidence. That means I can toss it out as not evidence.
I agree. Okay, next one.
Okay, go to the next one and only.
Yeah.
Yes, we've seen lunar eclipses. Yes.
Yeah. Don't you see the shadow on the moon? It's. Don't you understand that the sun goes behind the Earth and casts a shadow on the moon, and that shadow looks round.
Wrong answer.
Yeah. How do you know it's the Earth, sir?
How do you know it's not the Earth? Because science explains it's the Earth. It's because
no. How do you answer the question? How do you know it's the Earth?
Wait.
He's Google searching so fast.
No.
Wrong.
I actually
There's
don't
several
know.
problems with this game, right?
Learning. Shape of the shadows all around.
How do you know it's the Earth, sir?
How do you know it's not the shape of the Earth?
I know. I can answer how you know it's not, because the geometry wouldn't match a spherical projection onto a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you know it's the Earth?
How does
sir? Don't ask any questions. Answer my question. How do you know it's the Earth?
Let me see.
Well, how do you mean, let me see? I thought this was evidence of the Earth being a globe. Why are you now trying to see right now? Either you have the answer or you don't, sir. There you go. You don't know. So now that's not an evidence. That's not an evidence either. I'm going to toss it out as not evidence. You got anything else?
Yeah, let's toss it out as not an evidence. I have another one.
So two strikes, right?
Okay.
Keep going.
The gravity balls. Oh, okay, you guys don't believe in gravity, right?
No, don't answer any. Don't ask any questions. Just present evidence, and we'll discuss it.
Okay, I'm gonna go to study gravity, and I'll be right back.
That doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the ground.
He's gonna go study it and come back to us.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It doesn't do anything. It doesn't prove anything about the shape of the ground below your feet, right? Like, we can say, fine, we'll give you gravity. It's your job to make sure that the vectors are tilting away at different angles.
No, they're not. Gravity doesn't do that. I studied.
If you're going to study gravity, go and look up specific gravity. At least we'll have something to talk about.
Specific. I know specific. Okay, all right.
We could be wrong and say, fine, you get gravity as a force, but it's perpendicular to the surface and not radial to a point of origin. You're still stuck in the same problem.
I actually want to discuss something that's going to debunk all of this, but you guys don't want to talk about it because you guys are scared.
After three things that failed already, you saved the best for last, really?
Yeah, because these things are debatable, but this thing is not even debatable. No, they're not debatable, but because I don't know a lot about them. But this thing I know a lot about, but you guys are not going to talk about it because you guys are going to speak about it.
Get it over done with.
Don't keep it a mystery. Just tell us. What is it?
The mystery proof.
Chemistry. You guys deny chemistry.
Yeah, in what way does chemistry show that the Earth is a globe?
It doesn't show that the Earth is a globe. The first question I ever asked.
Not evidence. Then it's not evidence that we're asking for. We're looking for.
Can you stop talking over me?
The Earth is a globe.
Can you stop talking over me?
You're not giving us evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's what we're asking for. So then we don't need to talk about that, right? We're looking for evidence that points to the Earth being a globe.
This is why people don't like you. This is why people try to.
I don't care.
We're a molecular model of gravity.
Don't care.
You guys are fucking weird.
Either the Earth is a globe or it's not, and you don't have evidence for it. And that's why you're upset, like the other guy.
Okay, I have a question. That's a genuine question. I don't want to discuss anything.
We're not going to answer your question. Dude, how many times have I told you we're not going to answer your question?
Listen, this doesn't have to do with anything. Why do you not want to answer my questions, though?
Because you didn't.
Topic, you can leave.
Dude, you did not present the Earth as a globe.
I don't have to. You don't.
Yes, you do. The burden of proof is on you right now to show how the Earth is a globe. Because you're the one taking this up at the moment.
Wait,
nobody else but you.
Is on you. I don't present the Earth as a globe. I just say it's not flat. I don't say it's a globe.
Yeah. So, you don't think the Earth is a globe now? You just abandoned the claim.
Yeah, I abandoned it, but I don't think it's a flat, too. How do you prove it's flat?
A flat? What are you talking about, a flat? What kind of Mongo calls something a flat?
Language barrier.
That's what I thought, yep. It's a language barrier. I get it.
Dude, you guys actually are insane. You let me.
No, we're not
like, tell you
insane.
what you guys
We're
did.
totally coherent. We're coherent, and we're asking you guys questions that you cannot answer. There's the reason why you guys are frustrated to no end because you can't
Let me-
answer the question if you know the Earth's
Let me
globe.
tell you. Let me tell you the scientific thinking of flat earthers. First,
Dude, you
ask
don't
a
have to.
question.
No, wait. No, you're gonna be
Actually,
muted.
guys,
We don't need to hear
Alpha,
that. We don't
let
need
him break it
to hear
down
that.
because it'll be entertaining when he gets torn apart afterwards.
I don't know.
Maybe he should define science first.
Yeah, let me define it. So, science. I don't know. But let me tell you.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Yes, I was
Look at the
fucking right.
I don't think this VC is actually does have grown ass people. That's insane.
No, we are grown men in here and women, and this is the big problem, right? We've been doing this for 10 years, inviting people in to talk with us, including academics, researchers, scientists, engineers.
And you keep cutting
they all
them
do
off.
the same thing you do. They all don't know what they're talking about, and we record it 24/7.
No, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't not know what they're talking about. You guys are being rude to them, and they don't like the way you are with them. That's the
Listen,
thing.
it's not my fault that you came up empty with your globe proof, dude.
I'm not here with my globe proof. I'm here to discuss chemistry. And chemistry.
There's a chemistry forum that you can there's probably somewhere to do that further down on the server.
You guys can think.
Wrong channel,
for
bro.
3
Wrong
steps.
channel.
I'm
Wrong
showing you. Let me talk, please. Okay.
No, we're not here to talk about your science homework.
Done. Is there anybody else?
Oh my God, I'm gonna mute.
Yes, there are more people. Just he's done.
Okay. Yep. Done with Tomcat foolery. Who else is here? Who's got some evidence of the globe?
The Ice Shack's still having a meltdown.
He can't define science, but he wants to school us on chemistry. Like, dude.
Yeah. Hilarious. Yes, do that, Tomato. Go to another VC. Good. See you later.
Well, we've just had Anubis drop in. Welcome. 24/7 Flat Earth. Please, tell us, are you a baller or a flat earther? Okay, maybe we'll make it simple. Did you click on this channel by mistake, or are you deliberately here? Do you know how to operate Discord? Alright guys, help me out, I'm having trouble now.
Going on, Mr. Banhammer?
Not a lot. We just had Anubis drop in. Doesn't want to talk. She? I don't even know what it is yet.
Yeah, I just logged in on my phone. I didn't realise I'd been logged in on my PC. I didn't even know I was. Something must happen last night, but I didn't even realise. So I opened up my phone. I'm like, shit, I'm already there.
Well, that saves you logging in then. That's alright. Oh, someone else just clicked in. Let's see who it was.
Newt.
Nah, Newt was here before.
Oh, okay. Genevieve.
Genevieve's been in here for a while.
Oh. I don't know.
Vitalize?
Might have been Vitalize.
Well, I'm pretty sure he was already here.
Oh.
Whoever came in, say hello, please.
Righty. How about we unlock this one? Right, Ishak. Isha. How do you say it?
Hello.
Yeah, how do you say your name?
I'm doing great. So you said I have a minute to think, but that was like a longer than a minute. I think that was a longer than a minute. Do you think so?
Did you hear him ask, how do you say your name? Did you hear that at all?
Oh, I did not hear him. It's Ishak.
Ishak. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Sure. So, do I have the right to have a conversation, or am I a listener?
Oh no, you can have a conversation.
Didn't you hear Alpha Veritas? Didn't you hear anything Alpha Veritas said? We're looking for people who've got
I want to
proof of the
proceed
globe.
with I want to proceed with the thing. So yeah, who's here from Australia again?
Do you have any proof
Our
of the
friend
globe?
here. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you want to give us
I
it?
do, yeah.
Present it to us, please.
If you, I can present it, yeah, but I don't have like touchable evidence. But I think your friend can provide an evidence for me, the flat earther.
I can provide evidence to you. For your ball, I don't think so.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to present the evidence first before you like interrupt. So I need someone from Australia. Like, I think you have the resources to do this experiment. It's not hard. Like, you just need a camera.
Ooh, experiments. We like experiments.
Australians.
Yeah, you do. So I want you to.
So
have
what's
this
your
camera.
natural observed phenomena?
You see, when you have a camera, let's say, and you pin it on the ground and let it, record the sky in Australia, I want you to like let this camera sit overnight, maybe for a long time, and you will have like a sort of time lapse. And then I want you to have one of your flat earthers in, like, let's say Europe, let's say the States, anywhere in the north, do the same for you. Can you do that?
What do you think? Do you think Earth is a pizza? Do you think
No, sir? I don't want you to interrupt me. So yeah, I'm saying,
this
can
is
you
directly
do that?
related to your question. Right? You want us to film star trails. Can you put that in a logical deductive syllogism? Like, can you logically connect what the stars are doing with what the shape of the Earth is?
Yeah, so basically the movement of the stars in the north and in the south, it's gonna differ. It's not the same. Because simply you have in the flat Earth, you have one sky. And I don't think it's gonna make sense if you see the
we
movement
acknowledge
slightly
two
different.
rotations in the sky, dude. Nobody denies two rotations in the sky.
What do you mean two rotations in the sky? In the sky.
The one that you're asking us to go find with star trails.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How do you think this is worked though? Yeah, how do you think that works on a flat Earth? Like when
the
I'm
stars
in
move in the
Australia.
sky. Do you agree? Like, what do you mean? How?
No, not the sky. It's not the stars moving in one direction. I mean, in different directions at the same time.
Yeah, I said we're not denying that. Okay.
How do you prove it on a flat Earth?
Go watch it.
Are they moving in different directions?
Yeah. No. How do you prove this? There's two rotations, let's say, or
Go
multiple
watch it.
rotations in the skies. The
watch
stars
it.
in the sky. Sorry. You
We watch it
yes.
happening. Yeah.
How does it work on a flat Earth again?
How does it work? What do you mean by how does it work?
So listen. If the let's say on Australia you have the skies.
No. You if you have a claim to make about something to do, like This was just said to you. Sporadic said to you, can you put this into a logical syllogism, or can you demonstrate to us how this indicates that the surface of the Earth has a particular type of geometry, right? We're not making a claim about it. If you are, then you make that claim, and you stand by that, and you back that up and support it, okay?
Okay. Can I finish my argument, please? Because I think what you said was...
Well, you're not presenting an argument.
No.
You're asking questions now. How
Yeah,
do we
you're asking
explain
us.
your star trails?
Questions are not arguments. So you go ahead and make the argument for the things in the sky, right? Their motions or whatever it is about them you're saying, how that indicates to you what the ground is and what the Earth is, okay?
I feel like I'm limited here. Like, I feel that you are trying to squeeze me into a corner here. Like, if you are right, then you should know that what I'm about to present can be debunkable. Why would you toast me into a corner and ask me,
go ahead.
no, say that,
Go
not say
ahead.
that? Okay.
Do it.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Sure. So you believe in Australia,
No.
the stars move in a...
No, you're going to go ahead and present your argument for how the stars tell you about the Earth. You're not going to ask us questions or tell us what we believe, right? If you have an argument to make about the stars and how that affects what the Earth is, you go ahead and you tell us how.
Okay. Well, I like the tension. Anyway, so I'm not asking questions here. I'm demonstrating my argument here. So, as of my knowledge, in Australia and in the north, you have a different move of the stars in the sky. Let's hypothetically say I'm gonna present this in a globe Earth. So, in the south, the stars move around a certain point in a circle, but the movement differs from the north. So, in a globe Earth, I think this does make sense, because if you have two ends, and with the way that the Earth moves, because it's not fully on the center but rather slightly to the side, you will get this reversed movement in the south and the other way around in the north. How can we demonstrate this in a black Earth? I'm not asking questions for what you believe. I'm asking how can we demonstrate this?
You measure the Earth. You measure the Earth flat, and you don't have curvature, so this effect happens over a flat surface.
Yeah, but does it happen on a flat surface? There needs to be a meeting point where because it's a flat surface, you cannot have two rotating things in the sky and then not have a point where they meet.
Why?
Because it's a flat surface.
No, you need to explain why.
So you don't know, common sense? Like, if
you're making circular reasoning. Your reasoning is circular. Do you not understand that's what you're doing right now?
Can you, at least respond to my argument if my belief is corrupted or I'm not given a...
Well,
first off, a direct rebuttal is if the Earth doesn't curve.
You haven't explained how it tells you that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you haven't presented an argument.
No, I just said this movement of the stars. Wait. I said the movement of the stars.
You've done is you've said that in the north the stars do something, in the south the stars do something else. You believe that could be explained with a tilted globe. So you haven't presented any evidence. You've presented a belief that you have, and now again you're asking us questions.
No, I'm saying because it's a reality. How can this work in a flat surface?
No. You haven't told us how. It tells you the Earth is a globe.
Again, you're not
Because
presenting
the
arguments,
Earth shape.
ask questions.
If I'm asking you questions, why can't you just simply respond if you have the right?
Because you were supposed to be presenting an argument. You had evidence of the
No, we are
globe.
talking about truth
However,
here.
your evidence of the globe is to ask us questions to replace your globe model. That's not putting forward evidence.
Well, it is an evidence if you cannot put it on a flat surface and explain it.
Yeah, we measured it flat. We measured it flat.
How do you measure it flat? So where's the meeting point? Because two movements in the sky
meeting
will
points here?
eventually
That's an assumption that doesn't have any basis in reality. Meeting points?
It does. Common sense. You're saying that in a flat surface.
It's not common because we measure it flat. You have no curvature. So why would we assume curvature when it
How
measures
did you
so
measure
flat?
it? How did you measure it? How did you measure it, sir?
Would you like? Let me ask you. Would you like to see an example of the laser transit test? Would you like to see aerial infrared photogrammetry? Would you
I
like
remember
to see
a laser experiment which ended up.
Would you
in an
like to use
interesting way, let's say.
a sextant in order to take elevation angles to stars? We can give you evidence all over the place.
Sir, you are avoiding my main point. I'm telling you, if there's two moving, let's say, I don't know how to explain it. So, sorry, my English isn't that good though. You have two movements in the sky.
Yeah, I understand that. But you're not hearing what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you...
Yeah, I'm resetting because we're going somewhere else.
What I'm telling you is that your assumption of curvature is completely irrelevant when we measure it flat.
Yeah? I don't understand this. Can you...
Yeah, that means you can't have a globe.
Yeah, I can have a globe. Why?
Because we measured it flat. Do you understand?
How did you measure it flat? You're saying we can
present laser tests. We can present measurements with the nautical sextant. We can present observations in infrared.
I have a laser
test. What can you present for the globe?
It's round. I have laser tests that proves the Earth is have a curvature because
which one? Were apparently done by flat earthers.
Yeah, done by flat earthers. And he said, in the end, the flat earther said it's interesting in the end because,
No, that's not a laser test. He used a flashlight because the laser broke. Did you know the laser broke in that?
There wasn't a laser.
Sir.
Yeah, it wasn't a laser, dude. So you are wrong. Laser.
It's still light.
Because no, it's different because the laser collimates light, and they didn't use collimated light. You know why they didn't use collimator light? Because the collimator burnt and broke and melted when they were out there in the field.
Well, on a flat Earth, this should work because it's still flat.
Wrong. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's got to do with light. No, stop. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has a lot to.
Okay.
Please don't do that again. It has something to do with light pass.
Yeah, he won't shut up. You might have to shut him up.
Right. It has to do with light passing through a reticle. It scatters. Now you can do a very basic observation yourself at home. Grab yourself 2 sheets of paper. Put a pinhole in each sheet of paper. And then try to line the pinholes up. Hold them 1 foot apart and try to line the pinholes up and look at the sun. And you'll find it somewhat difficult to do so because the light, when it hits the first reticle, scatters. And then when it hits the second one, well, it doesn't. That's the problem. So the same thing happened when they were using the flashlight through the little boards with holes in them. Okay? Because they were a sufficient distance apart, the light scattered to a point where it didn't go through. So, I quote, that's interesting.
Yeah, did you know that light changes angle through openings? Yeah. So you don't have a curvature of the Earth. You don't have light bending around because of curvature.
Yeah.
Right. So you shine a flashlight through an aperture, and it changes the angle of light on the other side of the aperture.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's your
that's why
curvature?
Sir, can we go again? Because you kind of like presented your own belief of light and didn't have a
No, that's called diffraction.
evidence for it.
That's called diffraction. It's not my belief.
No.
This is
I
diffraction.
know.
It's basic
Light is
physics.
kind of works such an atoms and radius and
You don't know anything about light.
Anyway. Listen. Even if it was a flashlight,
it was actually.
It would still pass. Yeah, it still will pass.
Yeah, and it diffracts. So that debunks your claim because you have no measurement of an optical path.
But the how do we say shit? Sorry, my English isn't quite good. He had to kind of move some feet above for the light to meet the other camera. So even if it was a laser or not, it would still.
He also wasn't high enough.
Still be the same. It would still be the same.
Okay, how much curvature was there between the light source and the piece of styrofoam with the hole cut in it?
A couple of feet.
Just a couple feet. Then how many feet was it between the styrofoam hole and Jaren with detecting the light?
I don't remember exactly. This is like not a whole scripture I memorized.
Okay.
Yeah.
How high was Jaren off the ground when he detected light?
Oh, sorry guys, I have to go.
Yeah, I know.
Stuff came out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. You're gonna take it as a run, but
No, you don't know anything about your own claim. Is what we're demonstrating for the audience. We know more about this than you do.
I have to go,
we
mate.
talk about it all the time.
Mate, you can have your victory or whatever. I have like some important stuff to do.
Oh yeah, you have to go. It's so important. You have to go right now.
Yeah, it's so important, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, you have to go right now.
Well, there you go. Default, the two greatest words in the English language.
Yep, I told him he had no measurement of the optical path and then demonstrated it by his lack of knowledge.
I thought it was funny though when he said that he had his little proofsies there after we've pointed out, or you pointed out, that there was laser transitions and everyone knew exactly what was coming. I'm just sitting there going, yeah, wait for it. The light didn't go through the boards.
Yeah, it's funny too because like their own sources lie to them about what took place. Like they're unaware of that. I mean, they should feel like they've been betrayed by their own side whenever they look something up like this and it's just flat out wrong.
Yeah.
Same with like Lake Pontchartrain and basically all the footage that Soundly and others like that have put out. When they show up with these images and we show them how they were tricked by their own team, they should feel something.
I love the Pontchartrain stuff. Every time I see that now, just put a comment there. Oh, another tiny earther.
Yeah, or a shelf earther. Hey, look, there's the edge. You'll fall off of it. Flat, 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 flat. Fall!
The other thing they're forgetting with this thing that Jaren did with the flashlight is that he used nothing to level it. He's holding a torch in his hand above his head. How the hell are you meant to shine that torch through those apertures, those holes, when you haven't even got it leveled in the first instance? It could be shining in any direction, then over that distance, it's quite a dramatic change in the path of the light.
That's right, Jaren was the one holding the light. I had that backwards for the guy. He didn't even catch it. Oops.
How high was he holding it again? 15 foot.
Above his head, wobbling around with his torch.
Yeah, he would have needed a ladder.
This service over the years, hasn't he?
Yeah, that man has done more harm than good, like his entire online career, to every cause that he's ever supported.
Hello, why suddenly silent?
Because nobody's speaking.
Yes, go speak, don't stop. Hi. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Just patiently waiting for proof of curvature.
You're
like
a little
the
low,
majority
Ben
of us.
Hammer.
Seems to be a common theme around these parts. The first time I come in here, and I heard someone say that, oh, we're just waiting for proof of curvature, I'm thinking to myself, you lazy bastards, why don't you go and look for it yourself? That was my first thoughts when I came across here. Now, just for a bit of context, I'd already been through FED, been listening to them for a couple of months, already gone through 24/7, been listening to those boys for a month or two. Come in here, we're patiently waiting for proof of curvature. You know what? Those bastards were right.
Goes in on the side.
I was going to say, what's up? What's up is all the evidence that you guys present for a globe. Stars, moons, suns.
Birds, top half of trees. That's what's up. Expectations.
Electrons.
Yo, Alpha, you hot micing, mate? Oh, someone's fixed it. Or are you keen for a meltdown like Spork? So many questions. Oh, I do not talk, but I can give my opinion in the chat. Okay. What do you reckon? Flat or round? Round. Why do you say it's round? Makes the most sense. Because it makes the most sense. That's the most stuff you've had jammed down your neck your whole life. You weren't given the opportunity to choose something else as a child. If when you were in,
I'd like to know which of your common senses do you use to determine that the Earth's a ball?
Smell. Definitely has to be smell.
It smells like a ball. It smells like it's spinning.
It doesn't look like one. Can't touch it. Yep, I can hear it's a ball. Oh, shit.
It's all those sonic booms that go off every couple of minutes, right? From hurtling through space at thousands of miles per hour.
Yeah, the wind's changing direction. Let's off a crack. What does Emily put up? I mean, the way I think about it is that we develop as humans over time. Yeah? People used to believe it was flat. The other things. But over time we advanced and built stronger theories and proofs. Okay, what are the proofs? Now we're getting to the good bits. That's the bits we're interested in. Person XYZ proved it was a ball tard, and that is that. What's this? Every government on Earth collectively agree it is flat. You said it was round, so everyone agrees it's flat, but you're going with round. Mathematicians, physicists, are they all pulling a joke on you? Well, actually, they're pulling a joke on you. Is it a practical joke, or is it just misinformation passed down through the generations? No one ever questions it. But you're in here now, so there's some part, some little thing at the back of your head going, I don't understand. That's why you're in here. Something is driving you. You just like to understand how people work. Depends what job you do. If you're on the rail, you probably swing a hammer, knocking dog spikes in. I mean, I just have not seen a good case for why it is flat. You ever heard of this stuff called water? Water at rest is horizontal, flat, level, unless it's affected by another force. Problem you have there, young Emily, is allegedly you're told you live on a ball that is 70+% water. How can you have a ball if 70% of that thing is flat and level? Okay, you might have to reword this. Well, it's an old saying rather than science. Well, actually, it's an axiom. We all know that water is flat and level at rest. But even granted, it wouldn't float off the edge if that was a... What? Ah, you don't know if it's scientifically backed. Well, that's where the fun bit starts, doesn't it? Ah, entropy's another one altogether. That's what we throw at the numpties that believe space is real. I want you to believe... No, I don't want you to believe anything, young Emily. I want you to think for yourself. That's all. Belief is the predicament that got us where we are today. You're indoctrinated. Of course you believe. I don't want you to believe this shit. I want you to know it. That's why we tell people, go and test this.
Well, hold on 1 second. If I may, you're looking for PV equals nRT. That's the equation. There's no gravity in that. Do you know what V is in that equation?
Volume.
Volume. So you're going to have a measured volume. That's the container, the volume. That's what's containing the volume. There's no G.
No, you have G when it comes to gravitational potential energy.
Not in PV equals nRT. Not in PV equals nRT. No, it's not in there.
Because because it's just a kinetic. It's an ideal law. It's not accounting for any other conditions.
Sorry, when are gases not ideal?
In reality, because things aren't fully ideal within reality, there's
what affects the idealness of gases? When do we treat gases as non-ideal?
In real life, because that's how gases are.
I'll just tell you. So we treat gases as non-ideal in extreme temperatures and under extreme pressures. We can treat, and I can cite this if you want to, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide as ideal gases. Would you like the citation and reference for this?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine when you're dealing with like some test tube in a lab, because your noise.
Not a test tube. We're dealing with gas behaviour. I've lined out the things that will affect gas behaviour. The input and export of mass, temperature, density, the size of the volume, the atomic mass. There's no gravity in here.
Yeah, and he also mentioned that a pressure gradient, there's actually no measurement of a pressure gradient because all it is an extrapolation and correlation.
Do you know what elastic collisions are? If not, I'll tell you.
I assume where there's a transfer of momentum.
It's actually not a transfer of momentum, it's backwards. So gas particles have this thing called elastic collisions, which means when a gas particle collides with something, it does not lose kinetic energy. So it will continue on that path until it collides with something else. So that proves there's not any force affecting the gas particles because of elastic collisions. If it starts going up, it's going to keep going up until it bounces off of something.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. A collision in which is conserved, not conserved. Yeah. The problem here is you shouldn't have a gradient, because I know you guys talk about a dynamic system, but there should be the same pressure pulling down.
Does the heat from the sun radiate from the surface of the earth and get colder with altitude? Are there day and night cycles? Is there energy being put into and taken out of the system? Is the gas being produced and absorbed cyclically within the dynamic system?
Yeah, this doesn't account.
Where's the gas produced?
Gas is produced on Earth, but also absorbed by the Earth.
On the surface of the Earth, chemical and biological cycles. So on the surface of the Earth is where the gas is produced. Where's the higher pressure? Is it where the gas is produced?
Jedi.
Is it where the gas is produced?
Yes, Jedi. Jedi, where's it being absorbed? Where is the gas being absorbed?
Surface as well. It's being produced and absorbed at the surface. That's all the gas is.
We've got a problem here because
why?
Because if the gas pressure is consistent and it's being absorbed at the same rate. Sorry?
It's not consistent. It changes throughout the 24 hours of the day. It is higher in the daytime than it is in the nighttime.
I know. I'm saying.
You know that, did you? Oh, okay. You knew that. Sorry, I do apologise. It just sounded like you don't know what you're talking about.
Jedi. It's not increasing over time, is it? It's not going to be 20 psi 10 years from now.
Increasing and decreasing. Do you know what barometric pressure is?
No, I know what an oscillation is.
The water cycle, bro.
Yeah, but it's not going to be 20 psi 10 years from now because it's being produced at the surface. Because it's
heated and cooled. Heated and cooled throughout the day. Heated and cooled throughout the seasons as well.
I agree.
Good.
What I'm saying is, if it's being absorbed at the surface, that is not a reason to say, right, it needs to be a gradient as you go higher up, because that creates a problem of if it's being
absorbed at the surface.
You keep hold on, Jedi. He keeps bringing up the gradient. Can you give me who measured the gradient? How they do it?
You can go to it. Well, you could just go to a high mountain, measure it.
No, that's just still surface level. You said mesosphere. Who measured the gradient up there?
I haven't measured it. You guys know I haven't.
I'm not asking you if you did. I'm asking who did.
I don't. You're saying who? Like I have them on my contacts list.
Okay, well then, but you're speaking of it. Like it's a given. Like this just actually happened. It
Because
hasn't happened. We've looked into this, and there isn't any measurement of the gradient in the mesosphere.
There is.
No, there isn't. Actually, it's all extrapolation and correlation. This is by NASA. And they have a full paper on this.
Like, there's less oxygen on Mount Everest, but there's not less gas.
There is. There's less gas pressure.
Sorry, less gas pressure doesn't mean less gas.
It means less gas per cubic meter. So yes, it does mean less gas.
No, I can have two containers of gas. One's got 100 amount of gas in it, one's got 50 amount of gas in it. If I increase the temperature of the 50 amount of gas, because the collisions will be more because of the kinetic energy, the temperature eventually will be the same as the other container. Just because there's more pressure doesn't mean there's more gas. Just because there's less pressure doesn't mean there's less gas.
You can because you can look at it this way. No,
you're an idiot, dude.
I'm saying. Here we go. The second use of the word idiot. Right.
Well, so you disagree with something that can be demonstrated.
Do you want me to demonstrate this? Go somewhere that's the same temperature at the top of Mount Everest.
Excuse me. You're missing the point. I'm just trying to educate you that less gas pressure doesn't necessarily mean less gas.
That has to be.
No, because I can increase or reduce the pressure just by increasing or reducing the temperature.
Yeah, I know. So right,
good. So just agree, and then you can move on.
No, because all you have to do is compare, say, the temperature at the top of Mount Everest with the temperature at surface level, where it's the same temperature as Mount Everest.
But you're already in a gradient.
Sorry?
You're already in the gradient. What's the density of the gas you're measuring? Where is it? Is it just at the bottom of the mountain?
So that's what I'm saying. There has to be a lower pressure.
Is it at night time? Is it at daytime? When is this?
Take it at the same time of day. Take it at the same time of day.
Have you?
Have I? No.
Yeah, because you're telling me that this is going to happen.
You're saying there's a container and not a single one of you can demonstrate it.
Sorry, every single example of gas pressure is going to be related to PV equals nRT, where pressure is solved by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container. If you have no physical boundary, there's no gas to press against, and if there's no physical boundary and the system is open, the gas will increase in entropy and disperse into the next available volume. It's a law of nature. Now, you give me your scientific experiment for gas pressure with gravity. Cause gas pressure with gravity.
A scientific experiment of gas pressure with gravity.
Cause gas pressure with gravity. Cause it. You're telling us that the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of gravity. I'm just asking you to verify that claim with an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause pressure.
Yeah, you can do it with different gases, like they take like coloured gases that are significantly different.
Sorry, you're going to be talking about Avogadro's law.
Well, that's an example. You could use Avogadro's law, by the way.
And what does Avogadro's law tell us about the mass of gases?
What is in the molar mass?
Oh my God. You brought it up, Sunshine, like you're going somewhere, like it's going to help you. Avogadro's law does not help you. Still going to need a container. The amount of mass has got fuck all to do with it. You're still going to achieve the same amount of pressure.
Right. Do you think, can we say a force? Because all the containers doing it is exerting.
I don't care as long as you can scientifically verify it. You can say what you want, but I'm not going to believe you until you can show me.
Yes, so take gases at significantly different like densities, molar masses.
How do you achieve density of gas without a container?
What if you're
citing, you need to show that you can cause pressure of gases with gravity. Don't start asking me to think about stuff and saying, "Well, that's gravity." That is.
There's no rational alternative explanation.
I don't need explanations. I need demonstrations. Your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Forgive me for asking for a demonstration.
No, it's not, because gravity
gas expands into vacuums. You're saying it doesn't.
Under the influence of gravity.
Yes, so that's your claim, which is the violation. The simplest way to understand entropy is gas expanding into a vacuum. You're saying that doesn't happen. So it would be remiss to me. Experiment, please. Show me. Feigned exasperation. Why do these people keep asking me to demonstrate my claims?
Yeah, I've asked you this like 20 times with a container. Yeah.